Be quiet. Just hold on. Do you hear that?
Okay,
revealing a series of bizarre creatures.
Be quiet. Just hold on. Do you hear that?
Okay, Owen.
Including dark figures with glowing eyes, monstrous trolls, and even petrified skeletons. This video will leave you stunned. So brace yourself to watch these chilling cave discoveries you could have never seen. In 2022, an explorer stumbled across something that would haunt him forever. Deep inside a cave, he found a hole that seemed like it had been dug recently. Peering inside, his flashlight revealed a slimy creature. Its eyelids were closed tightly, and tangled black hair on its human-like head.
Hey! Hey!
At first, he thought it was some kind of animal, but its features were too odd, almost otherworldly. It looked like an amphibian hybrid. The explorer quickly grabbed his camera and captured the scene before rushing out. Jinn wrapped in black. In 2023, an adventurer followed rumors about a cursed cave. He set up his camera just to prove nothing was there. But what did he find? A figure wrapped in black cloth. Its face was barely visible. Locals later told him this was no ordinary sighting. It was a jinn, known in their folklore to control people's minds or wreak havoc if disturbed. They warned him to delete the footage, but naturally, it leaked online. Giant encounter. In Mexico, a man caught something on camera that would send chills down anyone's spine. He was recording near a cave when he noticed movement from a distance. Slowly, a massive figure emerged. It appeared tall, imposing, and nothing like anything he'd ever seen. The footage was zoomed in by him, but unclear, though the giant silhouette was unmistakable. The locals had stories about giants living in the mountains, but this video, it raised more questions than it answered. Was it a hoax, or was something ancient still roaming the hills? Glowing eyes. An explorer ventured deep into a dark cave, moving cautiously between the rocks. Suddenly, two glowing eyes appeared in the distance, staring directly at him. Before he could react, the eyes vanished into the shadows. The footage captured nothing but pitch-black darkness after that, but the strange moment lingered. There was no animal or natural explanation for what he saw. The eyes seemed too deliberate, too out of place. The explorer left the cave with a sense of unease that would stick with him long after. Noel. While passing by a barren stretch of land near a cave, a man noticed something unsettling. It was a creature on all fours.
Mira.
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 Mira, 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 mira.
Moving strangely. Its long arms seemed to stretch unnaturally as it crawled toward him. He quickly grabbed his camera, and after he reviewed the footage, he realized the creature resembled a nahual, a shapeshifter from Mexican folklore. What was it doing out there, in the open? Why was it heading toward him? His footage didn't answer these questions. But it did capture the eerie, unsettling movements that still haunt him. Bizarre creatures. A team of researchers ventured deep into a cave, hoping to uncover new species. What they found, however, was far from what they expected. Inside, they encountered strange creatures with smooth skin and solid bodies. Their disturbing mouths were damaged and seemed unnatural, as though they had endured some kind of traumatic event. The creatures moved their necks in unsettling ways, almost as if they were aware of the researchers' presence. The eerie, haunting movements of these beings left the team questioning what kind of creatures they had really discovered. Slithering creature. What would you do if you were face to face with something that shouldn't exist? Two men ventured deep into a dark cave. Their only source of light was a flickering torch. As they explored, the beam of light revealed something chilling, a dark creature slithering along the ground,
Okay, Owen.
coming directly toward them. It had glowing eyes and a long body with small horns coming from its head. The men froze in fear, unsure if they were facing a worm or even a dragon. The sight left them terrified, and they quickly retreated.
Run.
Rocky Giant. While driving along a remote road, a man noticed something strange outside a rocky hill. He saw what appeared to be a giant stone figure, sitting tall and lifeless. At first sight, it looked like a petrified creature, frozen in time. But could it really be a giant, or was it just an oddly shaped rock formation? The man couldn't decide, but he felt a strange chill as he passed by. There's something about it that didn't feel natural, leaving him wondering if there was more to the story than just geology. Giant skeleton. In a cave in Thailand, a team of researchers discovered something that could change everything we know about human history: a giant skeleton. The massive bones suggested the creature had been much larger than any human or animal. Some said it could be evidence of the Nephilim, the ancient giants mentioned in various religious texts. Could they have been real? The discovery led to widespread debate among archaeologists and historians, leaving them to wonder just how much more there is to uncover about our ancient past. Werewolf encounter. Never go alone in the caves at night. Otherwise, you will encounter something haunting just like this explorer did. It was 2022 when he was out there, and suddenly he heard loud sounds. As he followed the sounds, the man was in total shock to see a black creature with black fur on it, and even its eyes were black too. Its mouth was wide open, showing the teeth that were many. The entity looked disturbed as it was moving erratically, but the man started shouting,
Primo. Elizabeth. Está viva.
"I saw a werewolf! I saw it! It's here!" and ran away. Shadowy creature.
Not mine, I ain't coming into.
An archaeologist, while exploring a cave system, accidentally recorded something that no one has been able to fully explain. As he ventured deeper, his flashlight caught a glimpse of something dark, almost humanoid, moving silently in the distance.
Hello? Is anyone there?
It was faint, like a silhouette blending into the shadows, but unmistakably there.
Huh?
What the hell was that?
The creature didn't seem to have a solid form. The archaeologist couldn't stay long, but what he captured was something like a spirit, or maybe a cave-adapted species.
What the hell was that?
Bear's Cave. November 2020 saw one of the most bizarre YouTube videos ever filmed. A man decided to enter a bear's cave, thinking it would make for an interesting adventure. What he didn't expect was to come face to face with a giant bear standing at the cave's entrance. Its thick fur and massive size made it look like a creature from a different time. The bear sniffed around, almost like it was aware of the intruder. Then, as the man stepped out, the bear got even closer, sniffing his head before the video cut off. Maybe the bear felt threatened, or just curious. We may never know. Petrified crocodile. In 2019, a scientist made an unbelievable discovery deep in the mountains. While exploring a remote area, he stumbled upon the petrified remains of a massive crocodile. Its size was beyond anything the scientist had ever seen, frozen in time like a prehistoric relic. The creature's enormous body was perfectly preserved, making the find even more extraordinary. No one could explain how such a creature ended up in these mountains, but the discovery shocked the scientific community, forcing many to reconsider what we think we know about the Earth's ancient wildlife. Bigfoot sounds. A group of explorers entered a dark cave in Arizona. They heard strange, unsettling sounds echoing through the cave, almost like the stomps of a large creature. Could it be Bigfoot?
Be quiet. Just hold on. Do you hear that?
The explorers couldn't see anything, but the noises were persistent and eerie, as if something large was moving just out of sight. The sounds led them deeper into the cave, but they never found the source. The explorers left with a lingering feeling that something strange was living in the cave. But what exactly was it? Drone encounter. A drone flying over a cave recently captured something utterly strange. A goat-like creature, but with unsettling white horns, was spotted near the cave's entrance. Its appearance was unlike any known species, and the creature's movements were unnervingly fluid. The video quickly went viral, with many saying that this might be an undiscovered species. But with so little information available, questions about what this creature truly is still linger. Statue or what? What if the thing you thought was a rock was actually alive? Inside a cave, an explorer stumbled upon a strange discovery, what appeared to be a motionless creature with a face resembling a rocky formation. The creature did not move, making him think that it was a statue. Its features were hard to make out, blending with the natural rock around it. But something about its stillness and eerie presence made the explorer think if it was truly a creature or just another mysterious artifact left behind in the depths of the cave. Shivlin in Ellora Cave. An explorer recently made a stunning discovery in the Ellora Caves at the Kailash Temple in India. Hidden within the intricate carvings and tunnels, the explorer found a shivlin placed carefully in the center of one of the caves. This ancient artifact is a representation of the Hindu god Shiva and is believed to hold significant spiritual meaning. Its placement in the cave suggests it was part of a sacred ritual. The discovery gives a deeper glimpse into the history and religious practices of ancient Indian civilizations. Strange entities. While camping in a remote forest, a camper captured footage of two strange creatures. One had a pale head, while the other had a red, mixed-colored skin head. Both were covered in white cloth, hiding their true forms. As the camera clicked, they noticed the camper and quickly ran into the woods. The unsettling appearance of the creatures made the camper wonder if these beings were part of a new alien tribe, hiding among us, blending in with nature, only to be caught on camera by sheer chance. Spider-like animal. Deep in the labyrinthine sewers of London, an animal enthusiast captured a disturbing creature on video. The creature had multiple spider-like legs with a humanoid face. The man, startled by the sight, grabbed the creature in his hands. The video cut off abruptly, leaving the creature's fate unknown. Locals call it a rat catcher, but no one knows for sure. Its bizarre form and terrifying nature made the man question everything he thought he knew about what lurks beneath the city's surface. Skull discovery. In Belize, USA, a hiker ventured deep into a rocky cave. Amidst the shadows, he saw a surprising find of a skull, weathered and rough, seemingly carved from rock itself. The skull had an eerie resemblance to something from a forgotten time, its features sharp and unsettling. How could such a thing exist in a cave so far from civilization? The discovery made the hiker think about whether it was an ancient relic or something far more mysterious. Humanoid statue. Next on the list is this simple exploration that will lead you to a figure frozen in time. Two friends were exploring a cave when they came across something unexpected. On a large rock, a humanoid statue stood, its hands raised in the air as if in some ancient ritual. From its head extended a strange tail-like attachment that could be seen in the lights of torch. The eerie sight left them questioning whether it was just a piece of ancient art or something.
Lograste controlar tu mente.
far more bizarre. Was it even a statue at all? Lost explorer. Well, an exploration turned into a harrowing rescue mission when a group of friends set out on a cave exploration, eager to uncover the unknown. However, things took a terrifying turn when one of them got stuck in a narrow, deep part of the cave. After searching, they managed to locate their friend unharmed. He claimed he had seen something in the darkness, a figure moving in the shadows. It was just his imagination, or something was watching them all along. Mysterious giant. This upcoming clip shows what we saw in the previous footage, increasing its authenticity.
It actually looks pretty cool.
A man exploring a remote area in Thailand made another discovery of a giant skeleton, unlike anything he had seen before. The remains were massive, clearly belonging to a creature far larger than any known animal. Local authorities were baffled by the find, as no one could explain how such a large skeleton ended up in this area. People related it with the Nephilim we just saw a minute ago. Gray-black creature. A woman captured a strange and unsettling sight outside her window late at night. A weird gray-black creature with a smooth, hairless body and unnervingly large black eyes was peeking inside. The creature stood as if observing her. She was frozen in place, unsure whether it was some kind of alien or something else entirely. The eerie stillness of the creature, combined with its unsettling appearance, left her questioning the very nature of what we think we know about extraterrestrial beings. Creature at entrance. A man was casually passing by when he noticed a rocky cave entrance. As he walked closer, something strange caught his eye. It was a creature standing there with yellow, glowing eyes. The creature's appearance was unsettling, with long arms ending in sharp, elongated nails. As the man walked toward it, the creature began to move out of the cave, but then, almost as if it realized the man's approach, it swiftly retreated back into the cave. The man was left frozen, unsure whether he had just encountered something supernatural or an undiscovered creature of the wild. Mummified bodies. A video recently emerged online from the remote town of Kabayan, showing a shocking discovery of 80 mummified bodies, preserved for centuries in a hidden cave. Local historians are baffled by the find, who these people were, and what their culture was like. This eerie discovery raises new questions about the burial practices of ancient civilizations, leaving everyone who sees it wondering what secrets these mummies might hold. Terracotta Army. A team of scientists made an extraordinary discovery when they entered a hidden underground complex. Deep within, they uncovered a replica of the famous Terracotta Army. The figures, though seemingly identical to the ones found in China, were eerily placed in a different setting, surrounded by strange artifacts. The scientists were baffled, as it didn't match any known historical record. How did these figures end up here? And what was their purpose in this forgotten underground world? The mystery continues to intrigue researchers. Coffin-filled cave. An entire underground world of buried secrets was hidden for centuries that came into view a few months ago. This shocking video recently emerged online, showing a cave in China filled with coffins. The cave, seemingly untouched for centuries, contained numerous wooden coffins stacked haphazardly. The video raised more questions than answers. Who were these coffins for? And why were they hidden in such a remote location? Locals are saying that this cave might have been used for ancient burial rituals, but the sheer number of coffins hints at something much larger and possibly even darker than anticipated. Unknown skeleton. You wouldn't believe it unless you saw it yourself. A man exploring a cave was initially disappointed when he found it empty. However, upon leaving the cave, his eyes caught something chilling in a hole outside, the skeleton of an unknown creature. The skeleton was strange, with a whitish hue and appearance that didn't match any known animal. The discovery baffled the man, and he quickly recorded the scene. This could be a new species, or something far older. The mystery surrounding the skeleton remains unsolved. Gold artifact. An ancient artifact or a relic from another world? Look and decide for yourself. While digging deep inside a cave, an archaeologist uncovered this truly bizarre gold-colored artifact with a face carved into the front. At the top, there was a pyramid-like structure, adding to the mysterious nature of the find. The artifact seemed to have been deliberately hidden, raising questions about its origins. It could be an ancient relic from a long-lost civilization. The discovery immediately started discussions about what it could represent and what its true purpose might have been. Dark creature. What if a creature was discovered that seemed to belong in a nightmare? In 2023, a scientist made a chilling discovery in a cave, one that was later examined in a lab. The creature was unlike anything known to science. It had big feet, extended ears, and sharp, Dracula-like teeth. The most bizarre feature was a rod embedded in its chest, which it appeared to be holding in its hands. This dark, mysterious creature left scientists puzzled about what could this being have been, and how it came to be hidden in this remote cave. Boating encounter.
Oh my god, I've never seen that animal before in my life. What animals are these?
While boating near a cave in the ocean, a young girl made this startling discovery. Around the cave, she spotted several unknown creatures, all with brown fur and strange features. They appeared to be moving like monkeys, but seemed far too unusual to be any species known to science. The creatures' bodies were covered in hair, and their behavior was unlike any marine animal she had ever seen. These could be new kinds of monkeys, or something entirely different. Alien skull. This footage might be proof that aliens were living on Earth, as a camper exploring the surroundings of a cave came across this shocking find. It was an alien skull, green in color, lying just outside the cave entrance. On a closer look, the skull was etched with strange patterns and symbols. On the back of the skull, an alien figure was carved, leaving the camper stunned. The discovery raised numerous questions about whether was this evidence of extraterrestrial life, or it was something more grounded but equally intriguing. Either way, this find would alter the way we think about life beyond Earth. Terrifying sounds. What would you do if you were exploring a cave and heard screams coming from the darkness, as this man did when he decided to venture inside a cave that was completely filled with water? As he moved deeper into the eerie silence, he began to hear blood-curdling screaming sounds echoing around him. Terrified but determined, he pressed on, only to look back suddenly and start running. It seemed that he had glimpsed something monstrous, a creature, perhaps, that made him flee in pure fear. What he encountered in the depths of that cave remained a mystery, but whatever it was enough to terrify him beyond belief. Glimpse of fading entity. A creature can really vanish in the blink of an eye, and this video proved it. Inside a dark cave, a man was exploring the unfamiliar space. After searching the cave for a minute without finding anything, he turned around and in the dim light caught a glimpse of something that made his blood run cold. A faded, shadowy creature with long black hair seemed to be vanishing into thin air. The man barely had time to process what he had seen before it was gone. What was it? Was it a trick of the light, or did he really encounter something paranormal? Cat-faced being. What if the creature you thought was a myth turned out to be real? In 2019, a man in Australia filmed an unsettling encounter in the depths of a cave. As he ventured deeper, he saw a thin, pale creature with a cat-like face. The creature locked eyes with him for a short moment, sending chills down his spine. The strange being's appearance was unlike anything he had ever seen, and the video he captured raised more questions than answers. This creature could truly be real, or it was a figment of the man's imagination. Boat crew trap. Two men out on a boat heard strange sounds echoing across the water. They quickly prepared a trap, unsure of what was causing the unsettling noises. After waiting for a while, their patience paid off. A dark creature emerged from the shadows, moving toward them. Without hesitation, the men used a net trap to capture the creature. To their shock, it turned out to be a skinwalker, a being of folklore known for shapeshifting. The men were left stunned, having captured a creature of legend that they could barely comprehend. Tiny humanoid. A passerby recorded an odd discovery in an abandoned location. A tiny, humanoid creature lying motionless in the corner of the place. The creature had a small, almost delicate humanoid face, with limbs that ended in sharp nails. Its body was covered in black hair, and it appeared to be disturbed or unconscious. The sight was chilling, as the creature was unlike anything seen before. It looked like a freak of nature, or something far more unsettling from beyond the ordinary. Unknown beast. A strange and unsettling creature emerged from an abandoned area, caught on security cam footage. The creature was bent at odd angles, with hair covering its bony body and a bizarre, disturbing face.
Look how tall that is. Yo, it's white.
As it moved closer to the camera, the footage suddenly stopped. It looked something unnatural, or just an optical illusion. The eerie presence of the creature, frozen on film, left everyone wondering what truly happened that night. Playground horror. A day at the playground turned into a terrifying escape when a girl and her father were enjoying a night at a playground. Something horrifying caught their attention. As the girl turned toward her father, her face turned pale with fear. She began to run frantically, and the children playing on the slide were also seen running in terror. A dark, monstrous creature was nearby, its massive size and shadow creating an ominous presence. Though the creature remained unclear due to the darkness, the children's frightened reactions spoke volumes about the danger lurking in the shadows. Strange anomaly. A cleaning team in the London sewers stumbled upon a bizarre creature that no one had ever seen before. One of the team members came across the creature, which appeared to have strange dotted attachments covering its body. Instead of a visible mouth, the creature had strand-like extensions. This unsettling discovery raised more questions than answers, as no one could explain the origin or nature of the creature, hiding deep beneath the city's streets. Humanoid figure. I actually never thought to see something under a bridge that didn't belong in the world. While fishing near a bridge, a fisherman witnessed something strange that made him stop in his tracks. A humanoid figure was sitting on the ground, its arms moving in an eerie way. The figure resembled a rake with elongated limbs and an unnatural
Dinos lo que tú haces. Nosotros nos encargamos del resto. Ionos, tu solución digital.
posture. It seemed almost like a creature from the dark folklore, a sight that left the fisherman unsure of what he had just seen. It looked real, but could it just be a trick of the mind in the middle of the night? Bizarre apparition. Some things are better left undiscovered, but they often find their way out. A camper felt an unusual presence around him while exploring. He was holding a torch and camera and cautiously looked around. As he turned the camera to his right, a bizarre creature emerged from behind a tree. Its appearance was unsettling, an old, thin body with glowing eyes, and its lower half seemed like two bodies fused together. The creature stared at the camper for a few seconds before crossing to the other side and vanishing into the darkness. Black magic? This video, reportedly leaked from the dark web, was recorded in Bangladesh and captures a chilling scene. A camper wandering near a cave in the woods heard strange noises. He was curious and started finding the source of the sounds, and discovered a bizarre entity with an eerie, unrecognizable face sitting near a campfire. The creature was muttering incomprehensible words, its haunting appearance suggesting it might be performing some form of dark ritual or summoning malevolent forces. What made it even more unsettling was the presence of a couple of people sitting around the fire. Were they part of this disturbing activity, or were they unwilling victims of something sinister? What's your take? Hybrid creature. Deep in the woods, an adventurer encountered something truly terrifying. He spotted a figure perched on a rock. At first, its posture resembled a human, but its appearance was anything but ordinary. Its body was covered in strange patterns, with bat-like wings and horns on its head. As he moved closer, the creature suddenly became aware of his presence. It turned toward him, pulling a thin, stick-like object from its mouth. Frozen in fear, the man could do nothing but watch. Unable to move, he managed to capture footage of this hybrid-like being, leaving behind a chilling record of the encounter. Secret entrance. I never thought that a hidden cave could lead to one of the happiest places on Earth, but here we are. While exploring a secret entrance to a cave, a YouTuber stumbled upon an unexpected and bizarre discovery that led straight to Disneyland. The hidden passage seemed like something straight out of a fantasy novel. How could a cave be connected to the world-famous theme park? The revelation left viewers in disbelief and raised all kinds of theories about its origins. It could be a forgotten route, or there could be a deeper, stranger reason behind this mysterious connection. What do you say? Now it's time for today's subscriber pick, so let's move on to that. One of our followers sent us this video that showed a man venturing into a cave known for its mysterious reputation. As he explored, he encountered a creature like nothing he had ever seen before. It had a bizarre appearance, with a long, pointy nose and a creepy face, giving off a disturbing vibe. The creature began to move, and then suddenly hopped toward the man. His video cut off before anyone could understand what happened next. The video was posted online, where experts identified it as one of the trolls that are a group of supernatural beings in Nordic folklore and Norse mythology that are often depicted as dangerous and stupid. Have you seen or experienced something like this? If yes, then do share your thoughts and videos with us. Dark.
In this video, we have traveled all the way to Disneyland, Hong Kong, in an effort to spend over $100 on Disneyland food. Is it possible? You're about to find out. But first, let's...
Revealing a series of bizarre creatures.
Be quiet. Just hold on. Do you hear that?
Number 15. This exploration of an abandoned mansion didn't go as planned. A French YouTuber shares this scary video of a very creepy place. As they light some candles, they appear to scare themselves.
Et sur son image, des cendres d'un hérétique. Vous...
Attends, mais y'a rien là.
Les gars, on a trouvé... Je suis en train de faire comme la page, on a trouvé des cendres.
In another room, something similar happens, but it's not clear if they're scaring each other or something external is scaring them.
Y'a un gars qui arrive.
Non, non, je déconne même pas. Il est là.
As they enter one of the rooms, one of the team appears to be thrown back by an invisible force.
Tiens, un truc.
What was down that hallway looks to me like only darkness.
Grave, monsieur, pas de soucis, bonjour.
While this place does give off the creepiest of vibes, this team isn't taking anything seriously. so it's hard to tell if the mansion is really haunted and the crew's fear manifests in jokes and laughter, or if it's not haunted at all. What do you think? I'd like to see this place for.
A spine-chilling video making rounds on the internet left people shaken. It showed a group of people boating down a river when they suddenly spotted a bizarre creature in the distance. A girl's hysterical screams can be heard in the background as she caught sight of the being.
Oh my God! No!
With its long dinosaur-like neck, many speculated it was a prehistoric river monster, making an unexpected appearance. However, the mystery didn't last long. The clip was soon debunked when eagle-eyed viewers recognized it as footage from the game GTA 5, cleverly edited by fans. Mystic waters.
Vamos para allá. ¿Te gusta?
A man was kayaking around a river when things took a strange turn. The water around him started splashing like crazy as the man stared in shock. When the video was uploaded on social media, netizens were divided in their opinions. Some believed it was the negative energy of the river acting up, while others thought it was the doing of a restless ghost. But the reality was quite different, as we later found out that it was actually the manatees who kicked up such a storm. They tend to do that whenever they get excited or frightened. So watch out for them the next time you go kayaking. Whoa! Dolphin or mermaid? A group of fishermen were shocked at what they saw during their trip. At first, they thought it was a dolphin swimming at breakneck speed. But when they went back and watched the video again, they realized it was not a regular clip. With a clearly visible human head, arms, and a shiny body, the creature quickly made its way through the water. No human could have moved so fast, and with such skill, as if it was one with the sea. Netizens believed it was one of the strongest mermaid sightings to have ever been captured on camera, leaving us to wonder about the countless mysteries of the sea. Vampire fish. If vampires could ever turn into fish, I'm convinced this is what they would look like. An angler couldn't believe his eyes when he reeled in this bizarre-looking creature. It had a jet-black body with two sharp fangs coming out of its crimson mouth, making it look like it had just had a bloody snack. Before you think this is Satan's spawn from the underworld, let me tell you that it's an actual marine species called the red-toothed triggerfish, but I guess that doesn't make it any less scary. 2 in 1. Lobsters are a familiar sight, but these two anglers off the coast of Maine caught something truly extraordinary. They reeled in lobsters that looked like they belonged in a fairy tale, with their shells split into two distinct colors. One side a vibrant orange, and the other a deep brown. The sharp division made it seem as though the creatures had been painted by hand. This stunning phenomenon is actually the result of a rare genetic mutation known as chimerism, which causes an uneven distribution of pigments, leading to such remarkable and striking anomalies. Oregon Bigfoot. In 2016, a mysterious video surfaced featuring Wild Horse Lake in the Steens Mountains, Oregon. 2 photographers were enjoying the beautiful view when one of them spotted something unusual by the water. Curious, they zoomed in and caught a glimpse of a bulky, humanoid figure crouching by the lake. The creature quickly disappeared into the woods as soon as it noticed it had been seen. Many believe this could be evidence of the legendary Bigfoot. However, due to the distance and lack of clarity, its true identity remains uncertain. What do you think? Bigfoot or something else? Megalodon? For a long time, scientists have been looking for a mega predator they believe is hiding somewhere in the vast ocean. A creature so massive that it has been preying upon great white sharks. Well, someone has claimed to have captured a megalodon on camera. The thing was massive, making the humans appear like ants, leaving everyone terrified. Could this be the predator hunting down the sharks? Or is it just another tall tale? Talking about giant elusive predators. Another person happened to record something strange as well. The creature was so huge that it filled the screen with its body. Its skin was an unusual yellowish color, making people wonder if this was the rumored lake monster that everyone seems to catch glimpses of. Sea serpents. Humanity has long been fascinated by sea serpents, mythical creatures that appear across the folklore of many cultures. It makes you wonder, if these beings occur so frequently in myths, could there be some truth to their existence? A recent video left viewers stunned, showing two creatures that bore an uncanny resemblance to sea serpents, with sharply defined jaws and a form unlike any known species. They looked straight out of legend. What's even more shocking, these creatures were spotted on a crowded beach, with people seemingly oblivious to their presence. So, is this the real deal, or just a cleverly staged hoax? I'll let you decide. Mythical dragon. A fisherman's routine workday took a mythical turn when he witnessed this strange creature crashing through the calm water surface. With huge horns attached to its giant head, it matched the descriptions of dragons you read about in folklore. Staying above water only for a moment, the giant dove back again, never to resurface. While its reflection on the water and the accuracy of its movements left many convinced that this was a real water-dwelling dragon. Skeptics couldn't believe how it was possible for such a giant creature to exist without anyone finding out. Handy face. Forget mermaids and sea monsters. This has to be the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The video shows a creature grabbing a pipe with what looked like tiny hands around its mouth. As if that wasn't bizarre enough, it was drinking water while already in the water. Naturally, people were baffled. Thankfully, a couple of experts chimed in and solved the mystery. Turns out, it's actually a manatee. These gentle giants use their whiskers to guide food into their mouths. And, surprisingly, they have a thing for fresh water. Guess we all learned something new today. Mutant fish. An angler's day took a strange turn when he landed himself a fish he couldn't identify. The big creature had a pale, ghostly skin, making him wonder if it was a rare albino. As he posted the clip of his find online, many suggested that it could be a new species, while others thought it was a mutant, blaming radioactive and other wastes dumped into the ocean. The man decided to take the amazing catch home to show his family. But if you have any insights on what this fish could be, do let me know in the comments. Open discussion. A bizarre image has been circulating online, leaving viewers puzzled about the creature's identity. After some digging, I stumbled upon the full clip behind it. A man filming a stunning waterfall in Iceland accidentally captured something crawling out of the falling water. The dark figure appeared to have a humanoid form, but its exact nature was unclear. Startled, the man cut the video short and quickly fled the scene. When the footage hit the internet, theories started going around. Some claimed it resembled a hybrid between Aquaman and an alien, while others suggested it could be a person wearing an unusual helmet. Of course, skeptics were quick to dismiss it as CGI. But what do you think? Could all these sightings mean something? Thank you very much for watching the video. Do like and share it with your friends. Subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to not miss any of the upcoming amazing videos. Thank you once again. A spine-chilling creepy creatures, inexplicable phenomenon, and bizarre anomalies. Nothing can prepare you for the things scientists have discovered recently.
Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens.
Is there a Frankenstein out there, making our world a lot more creepy? Let's find out. Look. Locals at the beach came across an unexpected sight in the shallow water. Something strange was floating above the surface. From far away, it looked like the patterned skin of a turtle, but the closer they looked, the harder it was to figure out what it was. It could have been a stingray tangled in a fishing net, or something else entirely, hiding in plain sight. The patterns were so distinct, yet the mystery remained. Next time you're at the beach, pay attention to what the waves carry in. You never know what you might find. Village Beast. Experts have studied many strange creatures, but I'm sure no one has ever seen something like this. A villager from a small village reported a creepy beast that had been spotted nearby. It looked like a giant pig and wolf combined. The creature was black and had pointed horn-like structures running from its head to its back. It was so massive, leaving villagers with no choice but to catch it using chains. They knew it could be risky if left alone. Now they're taking it to a research center for study. Experts are eager to find out what exactly this creature is and where it came from. Mysterious black being. One night, outside his house, a guy found this small, black, furry being lying motionless on the ground. It wasn't moving, leading the local to wonder if it was even alive. The creature was tiny, but had hands and legs, with nails. Its strange appearance raised many questions. Was it some bizarre creature from nature? Or perhaps a result of a mutation or an unknown species? Its lifeless state suggested it might not be a threat, but its odd features made the encounter unsettling. The man couldn't help but feel disturbed by the discovery. After seeing this, he decided not to stay there any longer and chose to leave the mystery unresolved. Croco mosquito. An explorer in a deserted area stumbled upon an unusual creature. It had the body of a crocodile, but the face of a mosquito. It might be the result of some hybrid. The crocodile-like body would help it move through water or tough terrains, while the mosquito face could allow it to feed on smaller organisms. It was probably an ancient species that evolved in isolation. This discovery could change how we view evolution and adaptation. Next time you're out exploring, be prepared for the unexpected. Nature's mysteries are always ready to surprise us. Cave dweller.
Whoa, it's moving so weird, Tessa.
Caves are dark and silent, but they often hide things we're not ready to find. A hiker exploring a cave came across this bizarre sight. On the rocks, he saw a giant black creature with numerous legs, resembling a spider. It could have been a giant spider, like the ones described in folklore. Giant spiders have long been part of myths, often said to lurk in caves, darkness, isolation, and the unknown. These creatures, if real, would be a terrifying discovery, but perhaps it's better to leave some mysteries hidden. If you ever find yourself in a cave, be sure to stay away from unknown creatures. Nightmare on road. A group of traffic police out on a night saw something out of this world. As they watched the empty road, they noticed something massive and bizarre up ahead. A giant blob-like creature, and brownish in color, appeared to be wrapped in some kind of shield or shell. It was moving, alive, but it didn't look like anything they'd ever seen before. The more they stared, the more they couldn't shake the thought. What if this was an alien? Had a UFO collided nearby, and this creature somehow ended up here, right in the middle of the road? Woodland myth.
A 3 to 4-year-old male, and you know it's really interesting.
High in the treetops, something with twisting limbs clung to the branches of the tree, and a group of hikers spotted it. At first, they thought it was just part of the tree, but as they got closer, they realized it wasn't a branch at all. It was a creature covered in black tentacles, moving. They couldn't believe their eyes. It could be a North American pine squid, a mythical being rarely seen by human eyes. The hikers stood there, staring up at the bizarre creature that seemed to belong more to legend than reality. They might never get an answer, but the encounter would stay with them forever. Silent sting.
Does it hurt?
Yeah, it hurts.
Where?
My foot.
Do you expect to find something creepy on a sunny beach? Well, let's just say this story is not about
¿Queréis estar a su servicio o queréis amarlo?
Estás jugando con fuego. Condeno tu vida a la destrucción.
seashells or sandcastles. A beachgoer stumbled across an unusual jelly-like being with delicate pink strings. At first glance, it was just weird, but then came the truth. It was a jellyfish. Did you know that jellyfish can still sting even after they're no more? The strings you see could have been remnants of their tentacles, and they can still cause discomfort if touched. While exploring the beach, be careful, as deceased creatures can still be a danger. Crane's secret.
What the f***? That's it right there, huh?
You've probably seen cranes loading goods here and there, but this time it was something alive. A local on the road witnessed a crane carrying a giant creature with a fish-like tail and a catfish-like face. It was long, like a snake, and seemed out of place. The crane suddenly took a sharp turn toward the ground. It appeared to be avoiding attention, almost like it didn't want people to see what it was carrying. The entire situation felt suspicious, and it made the locals wonder what exactly they were trying to hide. Alien encounter.
Yo, I think we're seeing some aliens.
In the woods, beneath a cluster of tree branches, a strange discovery was made. A humanoid skeleton. Its long legs were across the ground, but what caught my attention was its face. Unlike anything imagined before, the features resembled something more alien than human. Could it be the remains of an extraterrestrial being? Perhaps a UFO crash landed in this remote spot, and the alien perished during its mission. That was definitely a fail now. The weird find suggests there's more to this world than we might know. Metro creature. At night, when everything seems still, you might notice shapes moving in the shadows. And something like this happened in the Moscow metro, when a local spotted something weird. On the ground lay a dark, coconut-shaped object. From that thing, a small, gray creature began to emerge. It looked like a snake at first, but there was something off about it. It wasn't a snake at all. What was it? It could be a bizarre new species, but it's clear there are some things best left undisturbed. If you ever come across something like this, trust your instincts and keep your distance. Green mystery. In a remote area, an adventurer stumbled upon something extraordinary. A green creature lying on the ground. The explorer managed to capture it on film. The creature appeared alive but didn't move, leaving viewers intrigued. Once shared online, the footage sparked a flurry of guesses. Could it be a new human-like animal? A species never seen before? Or just an elaborate hoax? The mysterious sight left people both puzzled and thrilled, fueling wild speculation about what hidden wonders might exist in far-off places. Tales of Deep.
Oh, whoa, what is that?
A fisherman set out on his boat, hoping for a good catch, but what he found in the blue sea was far from expected. Floating in the water were two pale figures with round heads. One had a long tail. They appeared to be connected, decayed, and lifeless. It was a shocking sight. It might have been a mermaid, hunted by a sea predator. The mystery remains unsolved. If I were in the fisherman's place, I wouldn't stick around to find out what else the sea might be hiding. Tangled waters. A video surfaced online of a man standing near the rocks along the shore, and what he saw in the water? It looked like black hair or string-like structures drifting with the waves. He was trying to wash it away, maybe remove it, but here's the twist. It wasn't hair at all. It was a king of bull kelp, a massive one that's found off the coasts of Chile, southern New Zealand, and Macquarie Island. Now, what would you do if you came face to face with something like this? Worm rain. A video uploaded online quickly became the center of attention. It showed a road filled with cars. But what made the scene bizarre were the countless worms all over the vehicles. It looked like a rainstorm of worms, not water droplets. The unsettling sight left viewers puzzled. What could have caused such a strange occurrence? Some believe it might have been a freak weather event, while others suggest something more sinister. I would suggest you stay alert when driving in such areas. Unseen life form. Looks like everything bizarre is out at night. Have a look at what a guy found while walking along the roadside. This greenish creature lying on the ground. At first, it seemed harmless. Then, without warning, it blew up into the air, its body twisted into a mess of tendrils. They curled and moved in every direction. The shape was impossible to define, like something completely foreign to Earth. This may be some kind of alien entity or something from beyond the stars. As the creature hovered, the only thing the locals could do was watch in stunned silence. Mysterious transformation.
Where the hell did you find that?
In a muddy black lake, a local witnessed a bizarre scene. The surface of the water seemed alive, pulsating like tar. As the liquid moved, it took on a strange humanoid form. The shape seemed to evolve, shifting in ways that felt unnatural. Was this some kind of scientific experiment gone wrong, or was it something from another world? The transformation was both mesmerizing and unsettling. The figure almost seemed to be alive, as though it had a mind of its own. This strange phenomenon was beyond any logical explanation. Beach discovery. While working on the beach, a worker noticed something unusual in the mud near the shore. At first, he thought it might be seashells, but as he carefully used a tool to dig it out, there, a bizarre creature emerged. It looked like an octopus, with numerous tentacles and a large, tongue-like appendage attached to its body. The creature had a blackish pattern, making it even more mysterious. It could have been an octopus, feeding on something in the water and then carried to the shore by the waves. But no. It was a cephalopod. Despite its odd appearance, it was definitely a unique marine creature, reminding us that the ocean still holds many secrets. Barnacle clump. Beachgoers were enjoying their normal day when they spotted a bizarre creature lying on the sand. It looked like blobs grouped together, with each blob resembling a single eye. Its bizarre, otherworldly shape left everyone puzzled. To find answers, they shared photos of it online. The comments soon revealed the truth. It was a clump of barnacles. These harmless sea creatures often attach themselves to rocks or driftwood, but their strange appearance can easily confuse anyone. Keep an eye out on your next beach trip. You might find something fascinating. Land octopus. When you think of strange creatures in the woods, you probably expect Bigfoot or a Yeti. But this time, it was something even weirder. A group of hikers saw a creature with many legs, like an octopus. It was creeping wildly through the soil. Octopuses are supposed to be in water, not on land. It might have been some octopus-like species, though its features suggested something entirely different. The way it moved was strange and unnatural. It didn't seem like anything the hikers had seen before. If I were one of them, I wouldn't have stuck around. It was best to leave quickly. Who knows what else was out there? Mysterious find.
Oh my god, what is it? And it totally heals itself.
In a village, a bizarre being was discovered in the fields. Villagers stumbled upon a flesh-like, pinkish pale matter that resembled bologna or meat. It was an odd thing to find in a field, raising many questions. Some thought it could be some form of animal byproduct, possibly from a large animal like a cow or deer, decomposed. The substance could also be the remains of a creature's skin or fat, transformed by the elements. Another theory was that it might be a rare fungal growth, as some fungi develop strange, fleshy textures resembling meat. Whatever it was definitely an unsettling discovery.
Ooh, what if it screams? I'm gonna throw up.
Underwater oddity. A diver exploring an underwater cave stumbled upon something far stranger than fish. In the rocky depths, he saw a creature with a bizarre face and a body of many tentacles, similar to an octopus. It even had eyes and teeth. Its face was covered with small, white beads, with similar patterns around the tentacle boundaries. The creature's appearance strongly resembled an octopus, known for its unique features. The diver was left in wonder, unsure of whether he had just encountered a new form of life or a rarely seen creature from the depths. It certainly wasn't something most people expect to find underwater. Symbiote experiment.
I don't know why, that doesn't look like a raccoon paw to me.
A lab technician was dealing with something that seemed far beyond any normal experiment. He placed a black, slimy substance in a glass dish and tried to separate it, but it quickly rejoined. To his surprise, using a ring bracelet, he was able to move the substance as if it were magnetically attached. It followed the bracelet's movement, making it seem almost alive. It felt like a risky experiment gone wrong. Perhaps an attempt to create something like the Venom symbiote. Now, the technician is left with a living substance he can't control. The situation seems to be slipping further out of his hands, and it's unclear how it will end. Slimy surprise. Every rock has a story hidden inside it. Sometimes that story comes with a slimy surprise. In Japan, a visitor came across a strange sight while exploring a rocky area. There, on one rock, was a slimy black creature. At first, they thought it was just some kind of slime, but when they tried to separate it, they realized it was more like worms all tangled together. And then came the shock. It was alive. It moved like something out of a nightmare, reminding them of the Venom symbiote from Spider-Man. I am sure it was nothing they expected. Forest creeper. Mexico's forests are full of mysteries, but this discovery left everyone stunned. During a routine survey, forest officials stumbled upon a bizarre skeleton that defied explanation. With long, claw-like fingers and a twisted spine, it has ignited wild theories. Some believe it could be the legendary chupacabra, a creature said to prey on animals at night. As experts work to study the remains, locals are filled with both excitement and unease. Could this eerie skeleton finally prove the existence of the mythical beast that has long haunted the region? For now, the answer remains unknown, but anticipation hangs heavy in the air. Feathered and scaled. A woman spotted something strange flying low to the ground. It had the body of a fish, covered in shiny, dragon-like scales. What made it even weirder was its feathered tail. The creature moved slowly, staying partly hidden, almost as if it didn't want to be seen. Its mix of fish, dragon, and feathers was something no one had ever seen before. It could be a new species, or perhaps a strange hybrid no one has seen before. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't anything she expected to see in the sky. Clay creature.
Cayó en el patio de mi casa. No sé qué es.
A local working outside his house witnessed something unusual. On the window panel, he saw a tiny brown creature that looked like it was made of clay. It had 2 antennas on its head and moved surprisingly, as though it was alive. What made the scene even more bizarre was the nearby tin can and a spot on the ground where a fire had started. Could the creature and the fire be linked? The fire at that exact spot was a clue that something hidden beneath the ground caused the strange event. But what it was, that remains to be seen.
Y es que es muy parecido a los humanos y se mueve, veo.
Movimiento sul fondo. 3, 2, 1, azione!
Cosa c'è in realtà di più bello di essere sul set di un'idea che prende vita sotto i nostri occhi?
Mutant caterpillar. Walking down the sidewalk, a teenager came across a creature that seemed almost unreal. It was a caterpillar, but with a human-like face, eyes, and large red lips. Shocked by the sight, he quickly grabbed his phone and started recording. The video soon went viral, sparking a debate online. It might be some kind of mutant insect. Later, it was identified as a rare species of a moth caterpillar. Its strange face helps scare away predators, mimicking a snake to protect itself from birds and other creatures. Living blob. A strange video has surfaced from an undisclosed research facility. It shows a bizarre blob pulsating in a way that looks alive. The blob expands and contracts, maintaining its round shape. Its membrane was thin, with small holes scattered across it. Something inside seems to push outward, then retract, mimicking biological movement. The creature behaves like it's alive, but no one can explain it. The holes in its surface looked even more strange. They might be for breathing. The blob's behavior raised many questions. Was it an alien creature or something else? I'll let you be the judge, if that. To the unknown. A video uploaded online revealed a bizarre creature lying on a table. It had a snake-like body with a long, thin tail. But what caught everyone's attention was its face. There were no features, just sharp teeth. To make it even stranger, the creature had small, claw-like hands. Its appearance was unsettling, like something from a nightmare. The guy who uploaded the video claimed they had never seen anything like it before, calling it an undiscovered species. Whether real or not, the creature's bizarre form sparked debates across the internet, but for now, it has remained unidentified. Wall crawler. After seeing this video, you'd want lizards all over your walls. A guy found this huge critter sticking to the wall, its countless legs flexing like it was preparing to move, but it stayed perfectly still. It was big and black, and its appearance was more like a turtle's, but with legs resembling those of a spider. The creature didn't move much, but its presence was unsettling. It could be a turtle-spider hybrid, or maybe it was escaping from a nearby lab. If you live near any research facilities, keeping your eyes open might be a good idea. Who knows what might be lurking nearby? Spider chicken. Farms are usually home to chickens, but this one had an unusual new resident. A farmer spotted a black creature wandering around the farm. It had spider-like legs, but a chicken-like body, as if it were the result of some bizarre crossbreeding or experiment gone wrong. The creature moved.
Yeah.
you see that?
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Classified Captures. Steve here, and today we've got a wild lineup of clips ranging from strange UFO sightings to clips of cryptids we never even thought could exist. Ready to have your mind blown? Mine was. Let's dive right in. Just in case you were wondering, that's a deer carcass, and yes, we actually do have a good reason for showing off and starting with this one. A woman was out one day when she noticed this deer carcass on a land in British Columbia, Canada. Curious about the whole thing, she did what any enthusiast would do, set up trail camps. After a carcass had been there for a couple of days, these humanoid beings showed up and somehow started devouring it. Remember, it had been there for days and was probably already decomposing, so to see people just show up and start eating, well, that was a shocker. It was no Wagyu-grade beef, let me tell you, but they ate it anyway, which got the woman wondering. Who or what are these beings or people, and why were they consuming a decomposing animal? A search for answers led her to upload the clip on one of the paranormal platforms where individuals wasted no time dissecting the clip and cooking up theories. Initially, many thought they were probably human, which were high on something, aka hard drugs. While that seems plausible, others thought they could just be cultists engaging in a ritual using the dead animal's body. This theory remained the long-standing and unchallenged theory until someone pointed out something many missed. If you pay attention to this part of the clip, you should see that the lady's hands don't look normal or natural. It's longer than the typical humans, giving the lady an odd and quite frankly disturbing look. This made some think that they were perhaps shapeshifters taking a human form to enable them to move around. Some also felt it was probably she was holding a dismembered part of the deer, and that this being or person was probably most definitely a feral human. Well, I've watched this clip over and over and concluded that it could be any of these theories, but you've seen the clip, so what do you think? Since I mentioned feral humans, I might as well talk about this shocking news I came across.
Officials say it has been happening in some of Louisville's poorest neighborhoods. Those who gave say the person claimed the offer was only available to passport customers. They asked participants to swab the inside of their cheeks. Some people who participated say they were told it was a test for cancer.
There are actually companies out there paying people for a sample of their DNA, and it's not even funny. This first surfaced online when an individual in Kentucky mentioned that he had been approached by individuals in an unmarked white van about selling his DNA for them for cash. Once he shared his story, other individuals started mentioning they had been approached by individuals in unmarked vans as well. Despite the fact that the van was unmarked, they mentioned they worked for a well-known health company, and the local media contacted them to ask why they were buying people's DNA. If your guess is as good as mine, the company mentioned they hadn't sanctioned individuals to do this and were even shocked by the news. Also, if they were going to do something like this, they would have used their own vans rather than unmarked ones. This got everyone wondering who was buying the DNA samples and what did they even want them for. As much as we wish we could tell you, they never found out who the actual individuals were and why they were buying people's DNA. Once the information went online, however, theories started coming up. Some stated that it was most likely the work of shady organizations buying people's DNA for the purposes of making bioengineered weapons. 10 years ago, that would have sounded funny, but given what we know now, not so much. Some also mentioned that DNA does have some use on the dark web, but refuse to go any further. There's also the probability of them looking for unique strands of human DNA to deal with deficiency or enhance bio. Well, the story has changed. It's happening in Mexico as well. At least it did on New Year's Eve. While many of us were enjoying a peaceful night with our families, friends, gadgets, or whatever it is that we like to enjoy, Rafael Rivas, who was out with his friends on a drive, experienced something rather unusual. It started with them spotting something rather strange looking in the sky. Naturally, they paused to take a good look at it, and after doing that for a few minutes, they were convinced it was a UFO. While that was odd and a little exciting, it wasn't the only unusual thing that would happen to them that night. After the UFO had gone out of sight, their radio started acting up until it started playing some strange frequencies. For almost an hour, they could do nothing about it. Once it was midnight, however, the sound suddenly stopped. It wasn't forever, though, as it picked up again at 1 a.m. and lasted for 30 minutes. The experience was strange and outright bizarre and left them wondering what had happened. The confusion led them sharing their experience online, which got the paranormal community talking once again. First America, then Mexico. Are the aliens attempting to make first contact? Are they communicating with someone? Or could they instead be looking for one of their own? Well, it's hard to say at this point, but what do you guys also think? Is there more to this story, or are we giving it more credence than it deserves? Let's hear your thoughts in the comments section. While you share your thoughts on that, take a look at this image captured by two hikers in the Rocky Mountains. Jersey and Camille were descending Long Peak in the Rocky Mountains and decided to take some selfies, because why not? After taking as many pictures, they returned home and decided to go through their images. While everything checked out and they captured the beautiful views of the Rocky Mountains, one particular image picked up something they had never seen in all their time hiking there. It was a tiny yet significant bit of one particular image. They zoomed in, and they saw what looked like a large gray creature clinging to the side of the mountain, at least by their interpretation. Judging by its size relative to the surroundings in the image, it had to be at least 20 feet tall, and well, that's not possible, is it? This led them to one of our paranormal platforms where they came seeking answers. Many who saw it thought the ladies might be onto something and may have encountered a giant, maybe even an alien. However, as the post became popular, there were some in the community who felt this was nothing but either snow or even a rock formation. Looking at it, I can see why they thought that. It's possible this might be nothing more than pareidolia. But what do you guys also see? Do you see a 20-foot monster hiding in the rocks, or do you see nothing but snow and rocks? Let's hear your thoughts. What do you see when you look at this picture? Nothing unusual, right? Well, that's because a grandma who was out with a granddaughter decided to take this beautiful picture to commemorate the moment. But who takes one single photo when you can take multiple? Well, that's where things started to go wrong for this grandma. Take a look at the second. You see it, don't you? There's what looks like the shadow of a man in that image with a little girl. The funny thing is the grandma never noticed the being or even felt like they were remotely in danger until she reviewed the image when they got home. Many in her family were alarmed by the presence of a dark figure next to the young granddaughter, but grandma was not. According to her, the dark shadow is definitely her late husband, and he was hanging out with her and making sure that she and her granddaughter were safe. Many accept this interpretation, but it's one she's got to accept. What do you guys think? And just like that, we travel back in time to the 21st of December 2024, where a man captured something extraordinary on U.S. soil. The man in question was simply going about his daily activities as always when he heard a crackling sound in the sky. He looked up and saw this great streak. It was almost as if something or a higher power had divided the sky in half. As expected, he was startled, decided to record the clip and upload it online. Many who saw this were equally surprised, but not us, because we've seen this before. It happened once in Mexico last year, and the people experienced the exact same thing. There's a loud sound, they look up, and see a streak in the sky. Comparing both clips, we're tempted to believe there's something very fast moving in the sky and leaving the trail we are seeing, but what? Many in the paranormal community suspect it might be an alien craft, but Aaron, our conspiracy expert, has got a different opinion. He thinks the Air Force might be running secret tests with its supersonic aircraft. If you've been following this channel closely, then you know last year we shared stories confirming that the superpowers, aka the US, Russia, and even China, were developing supersonic crafts capable of going around the world in a few hours. Aaron believes these crafts are being tested secretly by our governments in the atmosphere. According to him, although they largely go unnoticed, sometimes they make so much noise and leave trails like this one in the clip. I know this one is reaching, but when you think about it, it's not impossible, is it? So with all the UFO clips flying around, sometimes we miss trail cam captures like these. This particular trail cam was set up deep in the woods, and while the owner was expecting to capture livestock, this is what his camera captured. It's a humanoid creature that appears bent over. It moves in an unnatural and unusual way. The funny thing about this capture is that this is the second time this particular individual has captured a clip like this from the same location. When he uploaded it the first time, he didn't think much of the suggestions because he wanted to believe someone was pranking him. But lightning doesn't strike twice at the same location, right? Or does it? Well, it did, and that's how come we are having this conversation. Having seen the same creature twice in the same area and confirmed it wasn't human, he wants answers, and the paranormal community gave it right back to him. This is definitely a rake. After making that confirmation, we did some searching, and it turns out that while the world has been focused on UFOs, cryptid sightings have also been on the rise. The only reason we didn't notice was that we were focused on the extraterrestrials. But you have to wonder, is there a connection between the increase in UFO sightings and increased paranormal activity on this planet? Are the paranormals and cryptids responding to UFOs' presence? Is there a connection between these two groups? Are they indeed the same? Well, time will tell, but until then, if you've got theories, please share them with us. These two men discovered in search of the source of the booms we've spoken so much about, and ended up discovering a door welded into a mountain. You don't need to be a forensic expert to know that's not normal or typical. In their first attempt at exploring the area, they saw some quad bikes driving along the trail they had used. For safety reasons, they left because they didn't know who these guys were. Driven by sheer curiosity, however, they investigate, and that's when they notice a couple of things. First off, the entrance to the door has signs of frequent use. This meant there were individuals going in and out of the place a lot. The only thing they didn't know was who these individuals were and when their exact times for entering and exiting were. Also, once they got to the door, they realized it had been shut from within and not outside. Basically, they couldn't get into the place except if they were let in. And if all these things weren't odd enough, they also heard a machine running behind the door. It sounded like a motor or engine. They felt they had discovered a UFO in the mountain. Perplexed by it all, they went back and asked the locals some questions. They were then told that the place was actually built by a human who was trying to survive an alien apocalypse some decades ago, 7 to be exact. With the help of the locals, they were able to finally get into the place, and this is what it looks like. So basically, the man had carved out a small part of the rock so he could survive when the aliens came. Did they come? Well, there's no information to confirm or suggest they did. In fact, the people of the town generally thought of him as a madman. So as much as we're looking forward to a story here, there appears to be none. The man mentioned they heard engines. How come the place looks empty? Also, who were the men trailing them? Could the place have been altered to throw them off a trail, or were they onto nothing in the first place? These are questions we may never have answers to. How do you feel about organizations collecting your biometric data? What about when the organization is your grocery shop for using basic facilities like the vending machine at the shop? Well, there are some grocery shops out there putting out notices like the one you saw, informing those purchasing from them that they are collecting their biometric data. Currently, many people see nothing wrong with it as they think it's probably for advertising purposes. You know how you discuss with your friends you need something like, say, a PS5 or Xbox, and all of a sudden start seeing ads on it. It's believed that's happening because our phones record these things when we aren't aware of them and sell the data to big corporations. This might sound harmless, but it's an invasion of privacy. When it comes to biometric data, however, I feel it's a bit more serious and should be treated as such. After all, biometric data like fingerprints, facial recognition, and voice patterns is highly sensitive and can pretty much be used for identity theft, unauthorized surveillance, financial fraud, and bypassing of security systems. Hackers can replace biometrics to gain unauthorized access, blackmail victims, or manipulate evidence. This data can also be exploited for targeting scams, permanent lockouts, or even government misuse for mass surveillance and profiling. Since biometrics are permanent and cannot be changed, protecting them is critical. Even if you trust an app or organization, use multi-factor authentication and also share data only with trusted platforms. If you ask me, the grocery shop is not a place, but what do you guys think? Abandoned hospitals have the creepiest captures, and this is no exception. The clip starts off looking pretty ordinary until a dark mass or shadow steps out of one of the rooms and looks in the direction of the one recording. Clearly, the dark mass is a large being or person. It quickly peeks and then retreats almost as though it were camera shy. This was recorded by a security guard working at an abandoned and privately owned health facility. He'd been noticing some strange occurrences around the place and decided to go around the facility one day with his camera running. It was boring for the most part until he captured what he saw on your screen. Once he captured that, he got out of the place and reviewed the clip several times before uploading it online. Many who saw it thought it was a demon, whilst a few others felt it might be a shadow creature. Personally, I think it's hard to call it that, as it could go either way, but what do you guys also think? There are a few who are also skeptical that this is the real deal, but let's hear your thoughts on it first.
What?
The lady you see on your screen currently is one of our favorite Amazon drivers who's always on time and never seems to mess up our deliveries. She's recorded in this clip because she's been trying to tell people that one of the drop-off depots is haunted, and everyone just laughs at her. While a part of me might have considered her story as an excuse for them delivering my Christmas present on the 28th of December instead of the 23rd or 24th, leading me to explain to my nephews and nieces that Santa can be late sometimes, this isn't about me. Anyway, I digress. As she walked into the room, the locks just started opening by themselves even after she had closed them, and they opened again. Nobody believed her, and she was very happy to have caught it on camera. She even shared the clip on a number of paranormal platforms. While many told her she was onto something, a number of individuals pointed out the possibility of the locks malfunctioning. Some also mentioned that there was a CCTV camera in the corner and that it looks if the locks could be remotely controlled, it would be the I-team that was just messing with her. I mean, I don't think that's impossible, but you guys tell me what you think. Could we really be dealing with the machine malfunction, the IT team messing with her, or are there ghosts of individuals whose Christmas gifts weren't delivered on time and were very upset? Anyway, let's hear you out in the comments section.
What?
These photographs look pretty unique, don't they? Well, that's because they were captured by a man who claims to have created a camera capable of capturing interdimensional beings. Before you write this one off, take a pretty good look at the images. It turns out similar images were seen by some pilots during the Vietnam War. Pilots during the war were allegedly given special night vision goggles. These were some of the earlier iterations of the tech. One was blue and the other was red. Those who received the red were subsequently injected with a special substance to make using the glasses a smooth process. What happened, however, was unexpected. The pilots started reporting that they were seeing demons, or at least beings that looked like that, flying toward them. They started firing at these things that no one else could see except them while flying. It was so chaotic, and they had to stop using the technology. Some individuals, however, allegedly held onto them and are selling them on eBay, if you are interested. Now back to the subject. Do you think they're truly encountering interdimensional creatures? Also, do you think there is a way to actually see demons using such tech? If there is, does it mean demons are all around us and we simply can't see them? I know these are a lot of questions, but please do share your thoughts on them with me. What would you do if you saw this happening near your home? You'd become...
Cada día realizamos cientos de movimientos que requieren un gran trabajo por parte de nuestros músculos. Por eso, es importante cuidarnos. En Sure Nutrivic...
Concerned, right? Well, that's exactly how the individual recording this clip was when he saw a helicopter dropping substances into the sky. He recorded the clip and uploaded it online seeking answers. While some were quick to suspect the government was probably poisoning the atmosphere, some pointed out that it could just be cloud seeding. For those unfamiliar with the term, it's a weather modification technique used to enhance rainfall by artificially encouraging cloud and condensation. It involves dispersing substances like silver iodide, potassium iodide, or dry ice into the atmosphere, usually from planes or ground-based generators. These particles act as nuclei for water vapor to condense around, forming water droplets or ice crystals, which can grow large enough to fall as precipitation. In some cases, salt particles are used to target warm clouds, particularly in regions like the UAE. So it really could be cloud seeding, but it usually occurs in the UAE, and it's usually done with planes and not helicopters. Without more information, it's hard to say what the situation here is, but many in the paranormal community are skeptical and very suspicious about the whole thing. What say you? Just in case you're wondering what's going on here, that baby crib isn't for sale. No, this isn't an ad for a new crib. Instead, if you pay attention, you'll see a dark mass or shadow moving behind the crib. That's what got this clip on our paranormal platforms. But you have to ask, what exactly is that dark mass? The mother who uploaded the clip insists she's always noticed spirits around her children, but this is the first time she's somehow captured it on camera. If I were her, I wouldn't know how to feel about this, but members of the paranormal community point out that a dark mass like this could indicate the presence of an evil spirit around the children. It's not the kind of news anyone will love to hear, but what do you guys also think? Is there really a cause for worry here, or are we reading more into this than it deserves? Let's hear your thoughts. You know how people used to make fun of our orb clips in the past and ask why it's happening in the USA only and not in other countries? Almost as if to suggest we were fabricating the clips or lying. Well, things have changed, and it's not like that anymore. We've shared various clips from other countries, and what you see on your screen is actually from Romania, and they have zero tolerance for these strange things in their skies. This orb appeared in the Romanian airspace, and for hours it stood in one spot. The military, seeing this, decided to engage and fired at the orb multiple times. If you know anything about payloads from these vessels, you should know that they are powerful, yet somehow the missiles or whatever it is that they're firing simply disappear after getting within a certain distance of the orb. It's almost as though there was a barrier absorbing the firepower. I mean, these orbs are a problem, but seeing it do this makes them even more of a threat. What are we able to do to fight them when we need to? While it's exciting to see another country experience and confirm the existence of these orbs, seeing how the orb easily dealt with everything thrown at it has us worried. What say you? Stepping away from the orb experience, we move on to another kind of paranormal experience. This photograph was taken during a family gathering years ago, and it captured the magic of the moment. It was a happy time for all family members, and the smile, even though you can rarely see it, tells it all. A family member reminiscing took a long look at the picture and noticed elements he hadn't noticed before. There was actually a translucent figure in the background, and after enhancing the photo a little to make the figure more visible, this is what we ended up with. Some say it's a monster or something along those lines. When I look at the image, however, I see an older man with a tie on. Don't ask me how, but that's just the vibe it gives me. Another team member who saw this image thinks it's a reflection of the individual who took the photograph. When you think about it, that seems very plausible. We could both be wrong through our interpretations, and it could be nothing but pareidolia. But you've seen the image, so what do you think? And while you wrap your head around that, tell me what you think about this capture. It was taken on the 21st of December 2024 in Oregon by a DoorDasher. Wait, is that what they're called, or did I just make that up? Yeah. Anyway, after attending to routine deliveries, the individual spotted flashes of light in the sky in an unusual way. Intrigued, he recorded and uploaded it online for people to share their opinions. Many thought he was being silly and that it was probably just lightning. While that sounds logical, lightning during December in Oregon sounds like the kind of thing that you knew was theoretically possible, but just not practical. Many who belong to the paranormal community, however, felt that this had to be something there, something paranormal. Even some made a bold claim that the light was probably coming from inside an alien spaceship. They added that it could be malfunctioning, which is why we're seeing what we are seeing. Typically, they're supposed to be cloaked, so to have only a part of it show is a sign of malfunction. I know some of you may be thinking that we're reaching with this one, but please just think about it again. This capture comes from a Reddit user who states that she took the pictures during her drug addiction days. As usual, this first image looks relatively normal without any cause for concern. But like all photo-taking sessions, there were multiple shots and the next one is, well, scary. Take a look. At first glance, it looks relatively normal.
¿Qué haces?
¿Qué te parece, Pilar? Pues estoy aquí podando,
But as you get closer to the face, you start to notice all that's wrong with the image. One of her eyes actually looks like it belongs to a snake, giving her an entirely different look. It's subtle, but it's there. Many individuals in the paranormal community believe addictions and demons go hand in hand. That's to say, demons push individuals to the place of addiction and take advantage of them. Before you downplay that assertion, you must know that religion plays a great role during recovery from addiction. Ever wondered why prisoners are also given the Bible? If you've never thought about that, this is a good time to reflect and think about it. Speaking of spirits and demons, take a look at this clip a Reddit user named EvanServe6268 shared on one of our ghost threads. He allegedly records this from his doorbell cam, and it shows a shadow being or creature running across the walkway just as some cars go by. Naturally, this caused excitement in the community, and many were of the deal that this was the real deal. Some, however, were skeptical and chose to be logical and have faith. This user, for instance, mentions that there is a possibility of it being a shadow of someone coming from either side of the street, whose shadow had been projected in that manner due to the vehicle lights. Another affirmed this assertion by stating that he had had similar experiences. While many were initially excited for the possibility of dealing with a ghost, this excitement soon fizzled into a logical argument, with many agreeing that this could be nothing more than a projected shadow. You've seen the clip, so what do you think as well? What do you see when you look at this? The individual who uploaded this thinks it's nothing more than a juvenile Bigfoot climbing. Look at it. I get why he would think that, but we would need more details to come to a definitive conclusion. First of all, how tall or big is that tree? And second of all, where was it recorded? If the tree is that large, then this is most likely a small monkey or something along those lines. If it's one of those ginormous trees, then there's a possibility of this being a Bigfoot, albeit we need to know where this was taken to confirm. You and I know Bigfoot doesn't live everywhere, or, well, does he? Anyway, some members of the paranormal community are skeptical and think this might be doctored footage, and you're part of this community as well, so what do you think? Again, we travel back to December the 30th, 2024, when someone captured this incredible footage in Nevada. The clip starts with a plane flying by, but as beautiful as that is, that's not our focus. Take a look at the clouds in focus. Does anything seem out of place? No? Well, pay attention and you should see the faint lights in the cloud. Tell me those lights don't form the shape of a saucer. They do, don't they? The individual who uploaded the clip insists he saw a UFO and that the clip doesn't do the scene justice. He did his genuine best to convince us this was the real deal, but he didn't have to. We all know what happens in Nevada after all. Stepping away from Nevada to a time where things were much simpler, we have this photo taken of a group of boys who were planning their football game. Most of these images look normal, with the exception of a couple that had a dark figure in it. This dark figure appeared in a few of the photos and looked like it was missing part of its head. As typically associated with these kinds of images, the guys didn't actually see this figure, but he was somehow captured in the images. They are leaning towards it being an evil spirit or demon, but skeptical paranormal enthusiasts are leaning toward it being a doctored clip. You've seen the images, so what do you also think? I recently came across this clip on one of our platforms, and it was allegedly uploaded by an individual who came across this creature he had never seen in his life. Though obscured by the foliage, the creature appears to have some kangaroo-like qualities with black fur. I'm no wildlife expert, but I feel like that's not a kangaroo, and the uploader also insists it's some wild and weird hybrid. Can any of you help us identify what this creature is? It would be greatly appreciated. A truck driver sent this clip, and it's got us all in the office agitated. Listen. Do you hear it? There's someone banging against the container doors. That's not normal and shouldn't be the case. These containers aren't meant to transport living things, talk less humans. Not sure why he didn't help, but perhaps he was scared out of his life. Many who saw this clip are suspecting it's human trafficking, even though it was uploaded on a paranormal platform. What do you guys think?
Banging on the door of that container.
This image was taken at the Bohemian Grove, and it was captured in the early 1900s. In the image, we see a man sitting down with what looks like a demon or something along those lines by his side. If you look harder, you'll see other faces, including skulls as well, that are translucent. The uploader insists that this image is legit, but some are skeptical, thinking it might be edited. If you're familiar with the Bohemian Grove, it's easy to believe this is legit. If you aren't, it will sound like it's unbelievable. For those unfamiliar, the Bohemian Grove is a secluded 2,700-acre private campground in Monterey, California, owned by the exclusive Bohemian Club, a secretive and elite all-male organization. Every July, they host a 2-week retreat attended by some of the most powerful men in the world, including business leaders, politicians, and cultural influencers. The gatherings are shrouded in secrecy and are known for theatrical performances, informal discussions, and rituals like the cremation of care, which is a symbolic ceremony conducted in front of a giant owl statue. While members describe the retreat as a space for relaxation and networking away from public scrutiny, conspiracy theories suggest it involves occult rituals or secret policy making, further fueling its mysterious reputation. In fact, people who have snuck into it state they have seen things they can't speak about. A few who made it out with pamphlets from the gathering state they have uploaded some parts of it which feature a demonic being sweeping something. It's a lot, but what do you guys think about this? Have you heard the strange rumors? Do you care to share? This next one comes from an older man who noticed strange things happening on his compound. Confused and perplexed by the whole thing, he had cameras installed on his property. Once the cameras were up, he started to capture the very things he thought he was seeing. It wasn't old age after all. They were real, and for the first time he had evidence for those who doubted him. Having evidence was great, but now the big question was, what were these shadow creatures he was capturing? Why were they in his home, and was he in danger? The quest for answers had him upload this online. My team thinks he's dealing with shadow creatures, but we could be wrong. You've seen the clip, so what do you also think? A man was camping alone at a work site where he was overseeing a team of workers. On this particular night, however, he found himself completely alone in his tent. As he settled in, he noticed a shadow outside of the tent peering in at him. Initially, he assumed it was one of his workers returning to the campsite. However, as he looked closer, he realized with growing alarm that what he was seeing was not human at all. In a state of disbelief, he quickly grabbed his camera and zoomed in to capture the mysterious figure. To his surprise, the figure appeared to be humanoid, but its skin had an unusual bluish hue. The entity stood silently, staring at him through the tent fabric, its features indistinct yet undeniably otherworldly. Fear surged through him, and he instinctively began to pray, convinced that this apparition might just be a jinn. It looks almost convincing, but this footage seems like it was edited. The whole thing feels staged, but I could be wrong. A man shared an eerie experience he had during a drive. While on the road, he came across a restricted area with a single narrow path leading into the unknown. Out of curiosity, he followed it. What he discovered at the end of that path was like something out of a horror movie. A village completely abandoned and hidden by overgrown trees and vines. The home stood eerily silent, untouched by life, but also strangely preserved. When he entered one of the houses, he found it fully furnished. TVs sat in their places, children's toys were scattered on the floors, and the kitchen still had dishes on the counters. Everything was as if the people had just stepped out, except for the dust that coated every surface, proof that no one had been there for a long time. As he walked through the empty house, something caught his eye. The calendars in every house were frozen in the same year, 2001. It turns out this hauntingly empty village is located in Italy, and its residents were forced to leave in 2001 after a devastating earthquake struck the area. The damage was so severe and the risk of more quakes so high that the entire community had to flee, leaving everything behind in their rush to safety. What's even more chilling is that this isn't an isolated incident. Across Italy, there are many such ghost villages, entire communities evacuated after deadly earthquakes rendered their homes too dangerous to live in. Someone shared this eerie footage they allegedly captured while exploring the woods. In the clip, an odd-looking creature is seen climbing a tree. Its body is brown in color, and its face resembles that of a rabbit, but not the kind you'd want to cuddle. This one looks more like a will-suck-your-blood kind of rabbit. What makes this creature even stranger is its awkward movements. Its limbs appear stiff, almost unnatural. It climbs the tree to a certain point, then suddenly jumps off, and the footage abruptly ends. I don't know about you, but to me this screams AI generated. The way the creature moves with its bizarre appearance just doesn't feel quite real. It has an uncanny, unnatural vibe to it. It looks just like...
Estás en YouTube viendo vídeos, pero ¿sabías que con la app de YouTube Music puedes escuchar podcasts sobre la tenebrosa historia de las palomitas? Escúchalos sin coste en la app de YouTube Music.
Like the work of AI, don't you agree? Two residents in Florida recently shared videos that are stirring up questions. Captured on December the 30th, 2024, the footage shows thousands of birds filling the sky, all flying out of Florida. What's unusual is that these are buzzards. Buzzards are known to fly into Florida during this time of year, not the other way around. So what could possibly be causing this reversal? This particular event has left many wondering if it could be some kind of sign from Mother Nature. These days, we've seen an increasing number of strange occurrences that seem to defy the natural order. Wild weather patterns, unusual animal behaviors, and now this. Could it be a message, a warning even from the planet itself? Buzzards are often associated with change or foreboding in folklore, and their sudden exodus from Florida has sparked a wave of speculation online. Some suggest it could be tied to environmental shifts like changes in temperature or pressure that confuse the bird's instincts. Others see it as nature's way of signaling that something is amiss. What do you think? I am unsure of the exact location where this unusual footage was captured, but it shows a strange balloon that appears to be following an airplane as it prepares to land. The balloon seems to be situated directly in the aircraft's flight path, observing intently as the plane descends. As the landing progresses, the balloon trails behind the airplane before ultimately floating down to the ground. This incident adds to a growing number of reports across America concerning bizarre balloon appearances in the sky, which has sparked considerable concern among citizens. Many are left wondering if these sightings are a form of surveillance or something more sinister. If this situation is indeed a case of foreign involvement, it raises questions about whether it mirrors similar circumstances encountered in other regions. A woman was walking home late one night when she heard strange noises coming from a nearby car. As she got closer, she realized the sound wasn't coming from the car but from a sewer opening nearby. Intrigued, she moved closer and heard a low growl echoing from the depths of the sewer. The growl sounded like it came from some sort of creature, but what kind of wild animal could be stuck down there? While it's not impossible for animals to get trapped in sewers, this sound felt unnerving, almost otherworldly. However, not everyone thinks it's just a lost animal. There's a theory that monsters or cryptids thrive underground, hiding from the surface world. Could this growl be from one of those creatures trying to make its way to the surface? Let's have your thoughts on this one. A man was sitting in his car, stuck in traffic behind a motorcycle. As he glanced over, he noticed something strange reflected in the motorcycle's mirror. There, he caught sight of a very pale face. Only part of it was visible, showcasing the forehead, a pair of arched eyebrows, and one eye peering out. The striking resemblance reminded me of Michael Jackson. As the vehicles finally began moving along the road, the man filming spotted a large poster. To his shock, the face on the poster matched exactly with the one he'd seen in the motorcycle mirror. It was the face of a woman who had passed away not long ago, her expression hauntingly beautiful and eerily similar to the reflection. This coincidence has left many wondering if this could have been the woman's spirit. What do you think? And it's time for today's bonus clip. Do you know what creature this guy is? If you do, please let us know in the comments section. Remember, the best answers get a feature and a shout out in our next clip. That could be you. All the best. The Appalachian Mountains are one of the most mysterious and eerie places in the world. Those who have ventured there often return with chilling tales of their encounters. One man's experience stands out as particularly unsettling. While exploring the dense forest, a pair of twins stumbled upon a pipe installed into the ground. Curiosity piqued, and they decided to investigate. They attached a GoPro camera and a torch to a string and lowered them into the pipe. The pipe seemed endless, and it took a while for the camera to reach the other side. As it descended, you can hear the faint sound of water trickling. Just before the camera hit the ground, it caught a glimpse of something moving in the corner of the lens. Then, an eerie, heavy breathing sound filled the audio. Though the camera didn't capture a clear image of whatever was down there, the sound of the breathing was unmistakable. It's clear there's something alive down in that pipe. The big question was, what? No one could tell or give a logical explanation, but then again, the Appalachian Mountains are rich with stories of cryptids and unknown entities, ranging from the legendary Mothman to tales of underground creatures. The dense forests, deep caves, and remote areas make it a perfect setting for such mysteries. What do you think of the clip, though? Is it legit? Could there really be something out of the ordinary down there? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Before you dispel the bird clip, take a look at this one. We only get to see them drop out of nowhere. I have seen this clip before, and we have even featured it here on this channel some months ago. The hypothesis from authorities is that the birds could have inhaled something toxic or been shocked electrically whilst flying. That sounds logical, right? I mean, I also accepted such an explanation in the past. But when I connect this clip and the one just before it, the previous one sort of makes sense. Now, hear me out. What if these birds were also somehow frozen in the atmosphere and they just dropped when they unfroze? What if whatever glitch that's been happening didn't work well with these birds and they lost control for some seconds after the glitch ended? I mean, I know this is a bit of a wild one, but think about it and let me know your thoughts in the comments section. That doesn't mean we're done with Mars just yet. Take a look at this fascinating capture. The image displays what appears to be a pale head and shoulders wrapped in dark robes. The figure resembles a monk who's in deep meditation on the ground. The photograph has sparked debates among researchers and space enthusiasts about the possibility of life on the red planet. However, it's difficult to confirm the existence of monks or any other life forms on Mars since there is no concrete evidence to support such claims. The planet's harsh environment and lack of oxygen make it an inhospitable place for life to thrive. At least, that's what we've been told. The site has had many talking, but let's take a breather and think of things logically. The planet is supposed to be extremely hot, right? So how could the man be sitting there and meditating? Also, does his presence mean humans made it to Mars, or does it point at the fact that there are species on Mars that look like humans? From a logical standpoint, this is just ridiculous, but then again, we live in a strange and mysterious universe. Anything is possible. For once, almost 95% of the online community where this was originally posted believe it's fake. They think it might have just been taken on Earth or edited. The black and white nature of the footage does little to help its credibility too. I'm tempted to side with those who think it's a hoax, but what do you guys think? A group of friends were out on the ocean in a speedboat enjoying the sun and the waves when they noticed something unusual moving on the water's surface. At first, it was so fast that they thought it might be a bird. But what would a bird be doing skimming so low over the water like that? As they got closer, they realized this was no bird. It was a strange-looking creature gliding above the waves. The friends watched in amazement as the creature seemed to fly over the water, moving with incredible speed and grace. In fact, it was a fish. Yes, a flying fish, and yes, a fish that flies. They exist even if they could only glide for a few meters before going back in the water. Flying fish have adapted to escape predators by propelling themselves out of the water and gliding through the air. Their long wing-like fins allow them to stay airborne for an impressive distance. When threatened, these fish can leap out of the water, spreading their pectoral fins and gliding over the surface before splashing back down. Impressive if you ask me.
Here's a conspiracy theory I think might be true. Last week, a Tesla crashed through a wall of my house. I was home when it happened. The first thing I did was check to make sure my roommate was okay. Then I called 911. Then I went outside and started taking pictures of the crash. My first picture was at 5:07 p.m. My first picture of the tow truck drivers trying to take the Tesla out of here was at 5:10 p.m. It had literally just happened minutes earlier, and so I was like, hey, can we pause for a second? Like, the cops are on their way right now, and the tow truck driver actually said to me, fuck you. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me, dude? Like, my house just got ran into. Have some empathy. And no joke, he goes, here's your empathy. And I was like, oh my God, you're being that much of a dick right now? And he goes, get the fuck out of my way. And then he shoved me, and he threatened to beat me up and kill me if I didn't let him get the car out of there. So my question is Tesla's automatic crash system alerting tow truck drivers, and are they offering them a bunch of money to get the car out of a situation before news cameras show up? They don't want any more negative press because those tow truck drivers were here so fast and they were so aggressive, there had to be a bunch of money on the line.
We all know the cutting-edge tech that Tesla is bringing out these days, from their highly intelligent robots to their self-driving cars. However, lately, there have been quite a few reports of Tesla cars crashing. Take this situation shared on TikTok. A man's Tesla crashed into his house, and when the tow truck arrived to haul it away, the driver was not willing to wait for the police. He was very aggressive and hostile about it, and when the homeowner insisted he wait, the tow truck driver even threatened to beat him up. The homeowner raised an eyebrow and suggested Tesla might be paying tow truck companies to swiftly clean up Tesla crashes. Sounds extreme, right? But then another commenter on the video chimed in. My uncle is a tow truck driver, and his dispatch always rushes him if it's a Tesla crash. They pay 5 to 10 times more than compared to other vehicles. Tesla is definitely trying to hide all crashes. Well, what's going on here? Could Tesla really be orchestrating cover-ups to maintain their image? It's quite a theory, and while it might sound like something out of a conspiracy novel, it certainly raises questions. Are these high-tech marvels facing more issues than we know? Are they even safe at all? Could this all be treated as a series of coincidences? I don't know about you, but I'm going to investigate this some more. Until then, please do share what you think or any experiences you may have had involving these vehicles.
And he goes, get the fuck out of my way, and then he shoved me, and he threatened to beat me up and kill me if I didn't let him get the car out of there. So my question is Tesla's automatic crash system alerting tow truck drivers, and are they offering them a bunch of money to get the car out of a situation before news cameras show up?
Quick question. If an alligator was hot near your heels and there was a fence in front of you, would you climb it to escape? After all, alligators can't climb, right? Well, that's what I used to think until I saw this clip. Yup, that's an alligator captured on camera climbing over a metal barrier. Although it took some time and effort, the alligator eventually made its way over the fence and plopped onto the ground on the other side, continuing its journey toward the nearby water. Before you come into the comments section and scream paid actor, please note that this actor was not paid for this gig. Alligators can be dangerous creatures even though they might look adorable from a distance. This remarkable display of agility reminds us that alligators are not to be underestimated. They can overcome obstacles we might not expect them to. Next time you see one, keep your distance. Who knows what more tricks they've got under their sleeves. There are many unusual jobs in the world, and you might be surprised at how dangerous and deadly some of them can be. Yet, people still risk their lives daily to perform these tasks. One such job is jellyfish harvesting. This occupation is primarily seen in Asia, where jellyfish are considered a delicacy. The process of harvesting jellyfish, however, is incredibly risky. Take a look at this man standing precariously on a small wooden ladder placed across a boat's edge. With a rake in hand, he scoops jellyfish from the ocean and places them into the boat, which is often filled to the brim with these stinging creatures. Should the man fall into the boat or the ocean, he risks severe jellyfish stings, which can be extremely painful and potentially life-threatening. Despite the dangers, these harvesters continue their work. While this may be dangerous, I have a hard time deciding if it's more dangerous than being a volcanologist. And yes, that's a real thing too. It has to do with scientists who venture near erupting volcanoes to conduct research and carry out various tests. The inherent dangers of being close to an active volcano range from lava flows to toxic gases are significant. Imagine missing your step and coming into contact with extremely hot lava that's actually capable of melting your flesh on contact. Scary, huh? Nevertheless, volcanologists brave these risks to study and understand volcanic activity. Looking at these two jobs, which would you prefer? One night, a woman was out for a walk when she noticed something strange in the sky. Intrigued and a bit puzzled, she pulled out her phone and started recording a video. What she captured was truly unusual, a strange light glowing behind the clouds. It wasn't too bright, but it had this eerie, otherworldly glow to it. As she stood there, watching and recording, the light seemed to shift and move slightly, almost as if it were alive. It wasn't the usual kind of light you'd expect to see in the night sky. It wasn't a plane or a helicopter, and it certainly didn't look like a star or the moon. What could it be? Some people might suggest it's a UFO, a sign of extraterrestrial visitors observing our planet. Others might think it's a natural phenomenon, like ball lightning or a rare atmospheric event that we don't fully understand yet. Julius thinks it's CGI, and Aaron thinks there's really something out there. And personally, I've decided to go with whatever you guys think, so I ask, what do you think we're dealing with here?
UFO, bro. UFO!
A man was parked on the side of the road when a large truck drove by with something quite extraordinary tied to its tail. Yes, you guessed it, a saucer-shaped object. Are they transporting a UFO? We see a lot of UFO footage here and there, some looking very convincing like this one, but most of the time there's not much to go by and the authorities rarely comment on such sightings. Could this be the reason why? Have we already made contact? After all, the shape is undeniably the same as the classic UFO design that has permeated popular culture for decades. On the other hand, it's also possible that we're getting it all wrong, and this is just some sort of material that happens to be shaped like a saucer. It could be part of a large industrial apparatus, a component of a wind turbine, or even a large piece of art or a movie prop. Without further context or official explanation, it's challenging to pin down the exact nature of what's being transported. But what are your thoughts on this?
UFO, bro. UFO!
Still on the subject of aliens, there's been a lot of footage of suspected UFOs circulating online. Some have been proven to be genuine, while others are more likely to be convincing fabrications. Recently, someone shared a video that has caught significant attention. Although the exact location is unknown, the footage shows the ocean with a nearby island. Out of this island emerges a fleet of disc-shaped crafts, a scene that looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. The crafts ascend into the sky and fly off at a mesmerizing and mysterious spectacle. However, the lack of context around the footage has left many viewers skeptical. While some are captivated and inclined to believe this could be real evidence of extraterrestrial activity, a significant portion of the audience is less convinced. The video's quality and the seemingly perfect execution of the craft's movements have led many to suspect it might be a cleverly edited piece of work. That said, it's important to recognize that skepticism towards this particular footage doesn't necessarily debunk the possibility of actual UFOs. Unfortunately, in a digital age where anyone can create realistic visual effects, it can be challenging to differentiate between genuine sightings and those crafted for attention. What do you think? Could this footage be a glimpse of extraterrestrial activity, or is it another example of impressive video editing? Kids have always been described as having an active imagination, and given the kinds of things they say sometimes, I don't dispute it. But what if sometimes the things they say have nothing to do with imagination? What if they can see things we can't?
¿Quién le estás dando? ¿Eh? ¿Qué hay ahí? ¿Quién está? No sé quién está, amor. No estoy viendo a nadie, hija.
A mother found herself in the same situation when her toddler started to point at a wall. It seems she was saying that there was something or someone there, but the mother could not see anything, and neither can we in the video. This goes on for a while, and the child looks upset by whatever is there. At the end of the video, the child holds her chest and lets out this small cry, almost as if this invisible thing has done something to her.
Chao, decile. ¿Se fue? Ok. Sí. Ay, Dios mío. Me voy a descomponer. ¿Qué pasó, amor?
The mother, after seeing this, was concerned, leading to the upload. A commenter shared that children who were not baptized see things, as her cousin saw her dead grandmother. But we do not know if this child was baptized or if the child is even Catholic, because not all religions baptize children. What do you think of the whole thing, though? We all know how innovative AI is, but we also understand the potential dangers when these inventions are taken too far. A man once asked a robot when AI would reach a level where it could design itself, and the robot's response was both truthful and disturbing. Take a look.
Amica, when do you believe AI will reach the level where it can design itself?
Design itself? Huh? That's like asking when a toaster will start making its own bread. AI is a tool created and controlled by humans. It can optimize certain aspects of its operation, sure, but design itself from scratch? That's a whole different ball game. It requires creativity, innovation, understanding, qualities that are uniquely human. So to answer your question, not anytime soon. And frankly, be careful what you wish for. An AI that can design itself is one step away from an AI that doesn't need humans at all. Now there's a thought to keep you up at night.
Did you hear that? The robot said that if AI could design itself, it wouldn't need humans anymore. It warned the man to be careful what he wished for. So what does this mean? Essentially, the robot is hinting at a future where AI becomes so advanced that it no longer requires human intervention to evolve and improve. This could lead to AI systems that operate independently, possibly even against human interests. It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, AI could solve problems and advance technologies beyond our wildest dreams. On the other hand, we risk creating something we can't control. As exciting as AI developments are, we must also consider ethical guidelines and safety measures to ensure that these powerful tools remain our allies, not our adversaries. This is not just science fiction anymore, it's a real concern. Even Elon Musk has voiced his worries about AI's potential to outpace human control. When the very robots we create start warning us about the implications of their advancement, it's time to sit up and take notice. Many took it as a joke, but I didn't. Did you?
Be careful what you wish for. An AI that can design itself is one step away from an AI that doesn't need humans at all. Now there's a thought to keep you up at night.
In the video footage, a bright and unusual light is seen in the night sky. As the footage progresses, a glowing circle emerges from the light and begins to move around in the sky. It looks like some sort of portal. However, there is something about the whole scene that suggests it could be a hoax. The comment section of the original uploader is filled with people speculating about the authenticity of the video. Many individuals believe that the footage is computer-generated imagery, CGI, while others think it could be a blue beam projection. It's difficult to say what the truth is, but one thing is certain. There's definitely something odd about this clip. I just can't put my finger on it. Can you? What do you see when you look at the sky? It looks like a ring of light of sorts, right? A glowing white circle which has somehow found a way to be suspended in the atmosphere. Naturally, all who saw this were puzzled. What could this be? One thing we can be certain of is that it's definitely not a cloud. Clouds don't look or act like that. Once this was shared in the paranormal community I belong to, different individuals came up with different theories. The most prominent of these theories was that we were looking at a portal to another dimension. Now, I get why people will think this. The concept of aliens and interdimensional beings has been a part of human culture for millennia, and seeing this will certainly bring them to mind. The only thing is, not many of us have actually seen a portal to another dimension, so our ideas of what it looks like come from movies and books. This led many others to also conclude that this may just be CGI. Which of these groups is right? Well, we can't say for sure. No one has seen a portal before, so we can't discredit this being one, even if it looks a little funny. I mean, if it's interdimensional, what if other dimensions look slightly different from ours? That possibility doesn't mean the video can't be made up. Some of these things can be created using editing software on PCs even. AI is capable of these things now. That gives some merit to the thought that this could be CGI. Which of these is the most probable reality, though? That I will leave to you to decide. A mother and her adorable toddler are about to record a cute video together. The camera seems perfect. Then something unexpected happens.
What do you see? I don't like that. Who is there?
The toddler suddenly points to a corner of the room, a tiny face frozen in fear. Confused, the mother looks around but sees nothing unusual. They are alone in the room. The little girl clings to her mother, her small body trembling. The mother asks her what's wrong. Instead of calming down or communicating, the toddler starts to cry. She clings tighter to her mother, and now the mother's confusion turns to fear. She stops filming immediately, with her heart probably racing. What could have frightened the little girl so much? Children are often said to be more sensitive to things adults. Cannot see or sense. Could it be that she really saw a ghost or an unfriendly spirit?
You're freaking me out. What do you see? What do you see? Oh my god, this is scary.
Still on strange captures in the sky, a passenger aboard a craft captured something truly intriguing on film. They noticed a saucer-shaped object approaching from afar, unmistakably resembling the classic UFO shape we all know from countless movies and stories. As the mysterious craft drew nearer, it simply passed by without any interaction with the plane on which the person filming was. It's fascinating how often we associate UFOs with these iconic saucer shapes. Yes, if this really were an extraterrestrial vehicle, wouldn't its occupants have tried to communicate or at least acknowledge the presence of another human so close by? Unless, of course, they're scouts on a covert mission. Either way, seeing this leaves us with more questions than answers. Anyway, what do you think? Have you ever wondered how the ancients looked at our celestial bodies during an eclipse? Well, I have a useful tip that will enhance your eclipse viewing experience. Instead of purchasing expensive eclipse glasses or finding other ways to view the eclipse directly, you can use a simple household item to create a projection of the eclipse. All you need is a bucket or bowl of water and a sunny vantage point. By placing the bucket or bowl of water in a spot where it can reflect the eclipse, the reflection will project onto the surface inside the container, allowing you to view the eclipse safely and clearly without staring directly at the sun. This method is a safe and cost-effective alternative to traditional eclipse viewing methods. Be sure to give it a try during the next eclipse. It seems that not only planes can experience mid-air mishaps. Recently, this fascinating video surfaced on YouTube. In the clip, we can see a bird that appears to be stuck in mid-air. This phenomenon is often associated with a glitch in the matrix, a term used to describe unexplainable occurrences that defy the laws of physics and reality as we know them. The video, which has since gone viral, shows the bird suspended in the air, seemingly frozen in time, with its wings spread out as if it were flying or at least trying to fly. Now, is this another case of the parallax effect as well? Well, I doubt that. The angle from which the clip is being shot should not lead to the effect. This leaves us with a couple of possibilities. The bird is indeed frozen in time, there's a glitch in the matrix, or this is CGI. At least that was my hypothesis. I gleaned through a number of the comments on the original post and found something rather interesting. This user, for instance, stated that the issue only existed because the FPS on cam was not in sync with the speed at which the bird was flapping its wings. Another mentioned that it might just be a kite. As varied and diverse as these opinions were, a majority of those in the community believed this was real and possibly a glitch of some sort. We all know the tragic story of the Titanic, the ship that sank on its maiden voyage in 19...
La app de YouTube Music tiene el poder de percibir lo que te gusta desde el momento en que la abres. Es como si pudiera leer tu mente. Justo lo que iba a decir. Pásate a YouTube Music Premium. Prueba un mes sin...
1912. The legacy of the Titanic has fascinated people for over a century, and many visit exhibits dedicated to this maritime disaster. One such exhibit in Chicago recently experienced something very strange. One morning, staff at the Titanic exhibit arrived to find the entire museum covered in water. Although it had rained heavily the day before, there was no way for the water to have entered the building. Thorough inspections were carried out, but there were no leaks, no broken pipes, nothing to explain the mysterious deluge. This left everyone baffled. How could water appear out of nowhere? According to workers at the exhibit, the place is known for its paranormal activity. One commenter even jovially stated that Jack might be trying to make contact. While we all find that funny, could it be that the tragic events of the real Titanic sinking have left some lingering entities? Entities that, perhaps, are trying to recreate their harrowing experience. Visitors and staff alike have reported strange occurrences, from ghostly apparitions to unexplained cold spots and even the sound of a phantom footsteps. Some believe that the souls of those who perished on the fateful night might still be restless. It's a chilling thought. This strange anomaly in the sky was captured and posted, and it's sparking quite the debate online. The footage shows an unusual pattern forming in the sky, almost too surreal to believe. The original poster insists the footage is authentic and not edited. Some believe this could be an alien craft entering our atmosphere, a sight straight out of a sci-fi movie. Others think it might be a portal of some sort, a gateway to another dimension perhaps. There are also those who suggest it's a glitch in the simulation, hinting at the ever-popular theory that our reality might be a sophisticated computer program. On the other hand, skeptics are having none of it. They argue it's all just CGI, a clever trick of digital manipulation. One commenter even suggested it could be ice crystals forming on a glass window, creating an illusion of something otherworldly in the sky. That sounds more logical, but what do you think? Are we looking at evidence of extraterrestrial life, a mysterious portal, or just a simple natural phenomenon misinterpreted? There's also the CGI possibility, but do share your thoughts. A girl named Valeria shared an eerie video online.
There's someone outside my room. Wait.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
She was alone at home, and while she was in a room with the door slightly ajar, she heard a female voice calling out to her saying, "Hey." What made it even more unsettling was that the voice sounded exactly like hers. Panicked, she quickly shut the door and the video ended abruptly. As soon as people saw the footage, many were convinced that Valeria was being haunted by a creature known as a mimic. These creatures, as the name suggests, are believed to lure their victims by calling out to them using their voices, creating a terrifyingly familiar sound to entice them. However, not everyone is convinced. Skeptics argue that the voice could have been a trick of acoustics or perhaps even a neighbor's voice carried through the walls. Others suggest that the footage might be staged, possibly with Valeria using a recording of her voice to create the eerie effect. What do you think?
Hey.
New job just came in.
Hey.
Next, we have a haunting and chilling story that has surfaced from a hospital in the Philippines.
Yawa. Correct. Handak kayo. Naumon tiruwas. Yawa.
A man, completely alone in his hospital room, filmed his surroundings to show that no one else was there. But when he aimed the camera under his bed, he saw a pair of legs on the other side. Terrified, he immediately stood up to check, but found no one there. This eerie footage was submitted to a radio station, sparking widespread speculation. Many believe the legs belonged to a ghost, the spirit of someone who couldn't pay their medical bills. The theory is that even after death, the ghost remains trapped in the hospital because of their unpaid debt. What do you think? Could this be a real haunting, or is there a logical explanation behind the mysterious legs?
Yawa. Correct. Handak kayo. Naumon tiruwas. Yawa.
A man woke up one morning and headed out to his car. He then noticed it was covered in a strange dust. At first glance, it looks like regular old dust, but something about it seems off. So he gathers some of the dust and decides to run a little experiment. He grabs a magnet and waves it over the dust. To his amazement, the particles stick to the magnet. Now, this is no ordinary dust. It's magnetic, but where on earth did these magnetic particles come from, and why are they all over this car? There are a few possibilities that we're throwing around on a paranormal platform. One theory is that these particles could be from industrial pollution. Factories and industrial plants often release fine metallic particles into the air, which can travel significant distances before settling. If you live near an industrial area, this might not be so surprising. There are others who think that this is some secret government project. They really believe the government is out there releasing these substances via planes and other means for dubious reasons. While this sounds the most ludicrous, it's the one most believed by the community. But what say you? Now let's dive into the fascinating and bizarre theory shared in a viral video. The footage captures a stunning sunset with the moon rising in the sky. According to the person behind the camera, there's a mechanical hand moving the sun out of view and replacing it with the moon. Sounds wild, right? But take a look for yourself. On the right side of the footage, there's an object that appears to be moving by the sun. The intense brightness of the sun creates shadows, making it hard to discern if there really is an arm there or not. The light is so blinding that any object, mechanical or otherwise, would be difficult to see clearly. This individual believes we're witnessing a mechanical arm orchestrating our daily sunrise and sunset. This implies that celestial events are controlled by some advanced technology rather than natural phenomena. It's a leap from the scientific explanations we know and trust. What's your take on it? Real or just a product of an overactive imagination? This user certainly does think it's the result of an active imagination, but let us know what you think as well. The Statue of Liberty has been under scrutiny for a lot of things. Some even theorize that there was a secret facility in there, or that it was a place where people were mass murdered, and so much more. These theories are nothing new and have been there for a long time. The man who allegedly built the statue said that the U.S. authorities requested that the pedestal on which the statue stood be made very large, but for what reasons he didn't know. After the statue was built, it was said that people who lived by it, which was mostly immigrants, complained of a foul smell coming from the area where the statue was situated. A woman who was interviewed said that it smelled like rotten flesh in a slaughterhouse. She said at night she would see people being lined up and led to the statue by officials.
Ellie Island era orribile. L'intero posto puzzava di carne, come un mattatoio. C'erano anche uccelli morti ovunque e mia sorella ne trovò persino uno nel gabinetto. Se già la costa è così, diceva mio padre, immaginate quanto puzzeranno le città. Ricordo di aver sentito altre famiglie dire quasi scherzosamente che volessero tornare a Milano per via dell'odore. La mia famiglia aveva spruzzato profumo e acceso candele per tenere lontano il fetore, ma funzionava solo per un'ora o giù di lì, finché l'aria diventava di nuovo insopportabile. Le serate erano così calde. Rimasi per lo più sveglia, anche se il resto della mia famiglia dormiva profondamente. Ricordo che guardavo fuori dalla finestra ogni notte e vedevo figli di persone che venivano condotte alla Statua della Libertà dai funzionari. Se solo fossero saliti sul piedistallo, i funzionari se ne sarebbero andati e non sarebbe successo nient'altro. La mattina seguente però ci sarebbe stato un odore peggiore, come un mattatoio.
Naturally, people started believing things, including the fact that there was some sort of creature in there that was being fed humans. This led to the infamous emergence of the 1889 Liberty Lurker interviews, but later it was all written off as a fake. Now scratch everything I've just said and take a look at this comment. Yes, this scenario I just described is supposed to be a hypothetical and not so real story, or is it? What are your thoughts on it? A subscriber sent in this rather intriguing footage. In the video, a machine is seen pulling something out of what appears to be a sewer or a tank filled with murky substances. The details are scant, but according to the sender, they pulled out a monster, specifically a demon. Upon closer inspection, it seems more likely that the figure being pulled out is a person covered in a thick, unidentifiable substance. The footage doesn't provide enough clarity to definitely say whether it's a monster or a person, but the latter seems more plausible given the context. What do you think, though? How powerful do you think our sun is? You know what? Hold that thought and watch this. It's a sunny day, and this man has set up an extraordinary contraption in his backyard, a solar death ray. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? But this is no fiction. This man harnessed the power of the sun to create a focused beam of light with incredible heat. To demonstrate its power, he places a clementine under it. As he carefully directs the sunlight, something incredible happens. The intense heat burns through the peel almost instantly, and you can see the fruit's juicy interior begin to bubble and sizzle. It's like watching a science experiment unfold before your eyes. The heat is so concentrated that it continues to burn through the fruit, reducing it to ashes in no time. The transformation is dramatic. The vibrant orange clementine, full of life and juice, is incinerated right before your eyes, leaving only a pile of charred remains. While this is interesting to watch, a part of me wishes that juicy clementine would have just been eaten. Back in 2022, a powerful hurricane struck Florida, leaving a trail.
Estás viendo un cepillo de dientes tocar Billie Eilish. ¿Pero sabías que con la app de YouTube Music también puedes escuchar la versión electrónica? La versión ska. Y claro, la versión original. Duh. Pásate a YouTube Music Premium.
Trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the aftermath, a bizarre and terrifying discovery was made. This creature lodged in a wire fence. The creature had a snake-like body with a very long, menacing mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It had an almost crocodile-like appearance, making it look like something straight out of a nightmare. People who saw this online were quick to think it was a monster from the prehistoric era. They started to think that perhaps the dinosaurs and ancient creatures we thought extinct may be living amongst us. Naturally, conspiracies and many theories started to go around, but were they right? Well, no. This is no monster, but rather a fish called an alligator gar. Anyone who lives in the area knows about these creatures. But for individuals like you and me who may be seeing it for the first time, it might look odd and otherworldly. For those unfamiliar with them, alligator gars are large primitive fish that inhabit the fresh waters of the southeastern United States. They're known for their long torpedo-shaped bodies and their crocodile-like heads, which are equipped with sharp interlocking teeth designed for gripping prey. They can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh as much as 350 pounds. Despite their intimidating look, they're generally not a threat to humans, so you've no reason to fear. You're safe. Unless, of course, the crocodiles and alligators teach them how they develop feet. That's a terrifying thought. Think nothing of it. Take a look at this fascinating water phenomenon. And yes, those are ice spheres floating on the water.
Oh, I see right here.
At first glance, these ice balls might seem like they were crafted and placed there intentionally, but they are in fact naturally formed. These ice spheres are created by the movement of water currents. As the water moves, it shapes the ice into smooth round balls. This mesmerizing natural process showcases the incredible and often unexpected ways in which nature operates. Isn't it amazing how nature can create such perfectly shaped ice spheres without any human intervention? Have you seen these or touched them before? Care to share your experience? Stepping away from nature, let's move on to something man-made, a lifelike robot that doubles as a waitress at a hotspot restaurant in China. If not for her robotic movements, it would be hard to tell if this is a human or a machine. At this point, I don't know if I should feel excited about this technological marvel or freaked out by how realistic it is. Just watch her. She serves food gracefully for a machine and even picks up a paper and pen for someone. It's both fascinating and a little eerie to see how far robotics have come. What are your thoughts on this invention? Is it a step forward in technological innovation, or does it bring up concerns about the future of human interaction and employment? Let us know what you think. What comes to mind when you think of hemp, aka weed, cannabis? Probably something more in the line with relaxation or medicinal uses, right? Well, an inventive mind has taken things to a whole new altitude, literally. They've created a plane that runs on hemp.
La revolución digital ha cambiado las reglas del juego. Nos exige ser más eficientes y colaborativos.
Well, talk about getting high to new heights. Imagine this, a sleek, eco-friendly aircraft soaring through the skies, its engines powered by biofuel derived from hemp. The craft itself is made from hemp composites, which are lightweight yet incredibly strong. This innovation is not just a flight of fancy, but a real testament to the versatility of hemp and its potential to revolutionize industries. Hemp has been known for its industrial uses for centuries, from ropes and sails to textiles and now aviation. The environmental benefits are impressive too. Hemp is a sustainable crop that requires less water and few pesticides than traditional materials used in manufacturing. This hemp plane is more than just a clever pun on getting high. It's a significant step toward greener aviation, literally. With growing concerns about carbon footprints and the environmental impact on air travel, this invention could pave the way for more sustainable solutions in the industry. So next time you think of hemp, don't just think of the recreational or medicinal uses. Think of innovation, sustainability, and the exciting future of eco-friendly aviation. Before we move on to the next one, do tell me, would you be willing to book a flight on a hemp-powered plane? Now, what in the world is this creature? Someone shared footage of a bizarre white creature swimming in a fish tank. At first glance, it looks like some sort of toad, but it has this oddly human-like appearance. It almost seems to have a little face with tiny eyes and a mouth that eerily resembles ours. Some people are speculating it might be a mutated amphibian or a genetic anomaly. Others think it could be an entirely new species that we've never encountered before. And of course, there are the more imaginative folks who believe it's evidence of extraterrestrial life right here on Earth. Imagine having something like this in your aquarium. What would you even name it? And how would you explain it to your friends? Some believe that aliens are already living among us, despite the government not giving us enough proof and mostly debunking all the claims. A couple recently shared some intriguing footage that has fueled this speculation further.
Aliens.
No. What?
In the video, a strange light appears in the night sky, significantly brighter and larger than any star. What's even more puzzling is how the light seems to glitch, flickering erratically. Moments later, another similar light materializes above it, and the first one vanishes, almost as if they're playing a game of hide-and-seek in the sky. The couple who captured this footage is convinced that these lights are extraterrestrial. But what do you think? Could this be a mere weather phenomenon or something more mundane like a drone or a satellite? Or is it possible that they are indeed signs of alien presence, as the couple believes? Share your thoughts.
Is there something behind you? No.
I live in Oakville, Tennessee, which is right outside of Jackson, and this is going all the way around my neighbor's house. It's almost like whatever this was jumped from my backyard over my fucking house and then just disappeared. The size of my footprint.
A TikTok user named Jessica shared some scary footage on TikTok. She had just gotten home from a late night shift when she noticed some strange prints along her home. These were no ordinary prints. They were long and had 2 claw-like marks and hoof marks, making them look very odd and unsettling. The prints were significantly larger than her feet, leaving her wondering what could have made them. Well, she didn't have to wonder as long as whatever was responsible for the prints showed itself, but only for a few seconds because it escaped from her home. From her account, it didn't look like any creature she'd ever seen, and judging by the prints she saw, she didn't have to even mention it. We can tell. They don't resemble those of bears or wolves. The whole thing freaked and shook her up. She's brave to keep living there, though, and by herself as well, especially while working night shifts. Now, I turn my sights on you guys. What creature do you think could be responsible for this whole saga? Could it be an unknown animal, something supernatural, or perhaps even a prank? Share your thoughts.
Oakville, Tennessee, which is right outside of Jackson, and this is going all the way around my neighbor's house. It's almost like whatever this was jumped from my backyard over my fucking house and then just disappeared. The size of my footprint. Y'all see this? The size of my fucking footprint. There ain't no damn bird that damn big.
Moving on to something even more unbelievable, I've got a story of a retired Marine officer, Randy Kramer, who's come forward with an astonishing claim. He says he lived on Mars for over 15 years as part of a top-secret space program. Yes, you've read that right. Mars. According to Kramer, this secret space program, which has been hidden from the public, involved him and other elite soldiers living and working on the Red Planet. He describes a life beyond Earth where he participated in missions, interacted with extraterrestrial beings, and experienced things that most of us can only imagine. Kramer's account is detailed and vivid. He talks about advanced technology, secret bases, and the challenges of living on Mars. He claims that his time there was spent in service of Earth, protecting us from potential threats and preparing for future interplanetary endeavors. Naturally, these revelations started a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Some people dismiss his story as pure fantasy, while others are captivated by the possibilities it suggests. After all, the idea of a secret Mars colony taps into our deepest curiosities about space exploration and extraterrestrial life. What do you think? Is Randy Kramer sharing a groundbreaking truth, or is this just another wild tale from a possibly disturbed man? Share your thoughts. Have you ever wondered where the idea of the unicorn originated? Interestingly, there's a mention of unicorns in the Bible, but it describes them quite differently from the magical horses we often imagine today. Instead, it likens them to rhinoceroses. But here's the catch. Rhinos have 2 horns, so how does that fit? Let's dive a little deeper. If you look at the first ever Noah Webster dictionary from 1828, it defines a unicorn as an animal with 1 horn known as a monoceros. This definition points to a rhinoceros, not a mythical horse. The dictionary doesn't mention anything about magical creatures galloping through enchanting forests. Now, when you search for rhinoceros...
No necesitas auriculares para cancelar el ruido, ni medallas para sentir que estás ganando. Solo tienes que moverte. ASICS. Sound Mind, Sound Body.
In the same dictionary, it describes a four-legged creature that comes into two types. The unicorn with one horn and the bisornis with two horns. So the rhinos we see today are bisornis, and the unicorns, well, they were a type of rhino with just one horn. It's fascinating to think that what we are now considering an extinct species of rhino was once called a unicorn. But over the years, the meaning of unicorn has evolved. We've lost its original definition and turned it into a symbol of fantasy and magic. It makes you wonder about how many other things we've misunderstood or reimagined over time. Share in the comments section below other things we've completely reinterpreted over the years. In Southern California, an unusual sighting in the night sky caused quite a stir.
It's getting big. Oh my god.
But there's two lights up there. Holy shit.
What is that? Oh my god, look at this design. What does it mean?
Captured on camera, a strange patch of what looked like white smoke appeared with two glowing orbs embedded within it. The phenomenon was witnessed by many residents, causing widespread concern. Some people thought it was an alien visitation, while others proposed more fantastical ideas, such as a portal to another dimension or something scraping against the supposed firmament above us. There were even theories that the sky above us was an ocean, and that was what we are seeing. However, one commenter provided a more grounded explanation, mentioning that this could be linked to Vandenberg Air Force Base. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that SpaceX had launched a satellite using a rocket from the Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The launch, which many people were unaware of, created a spectacular visual in the sky that could easily be mistaken for something otherworldly. Given the current climate of UFO sightings and extraterrestrial theories, it's understandable that many people were quick to jump to conclusions. The sight certainly looked unnatural and otherworldly, almost like something out of a sci-fi movie. What are your thoughts as well when you saw the clip?
Oh my god.
But there's two lights up there. Holy shit.
What is that? Oh my god, look at this design. What does it mean?
It's really big. Anyway, it's pretty cool. What the hell? No.
A truck driver, captivated by the beauty of the full moon one evening, decided to take a video of it for his son while driving. As he was focusing on capturing the perfect shot, something unexpected happened. His truck suddenly bumped into something, causing him to panic and stop the vehicle. Alarmed, he checked the vehicle's camera and saw the figure of a person standing on the road. Given where they were, this was odd, but he still got out to inspect and make sure the person was fine. But here's the thing, no one was there.
There's nothing there.
Everyone who heard the incident with him was puzzled, as no one could explain the mysterious figure on the camera as well as the impact felt. If you know anything about the paranormal community, it's that they won't disappoint when it comes to associating this with an otherworldly being. Most believed he had indeed encountered and bumped into something beyond our plane. They just couldn't put their finger on what exactly. What do you guys think?
Anyway, it's pretty cool. What the hell? No.
There's nothing there.
Imagine being out on the open ocean, the sun shining down, the waves gently rocking your boat. Suddenly you notice something unusual, a disturbance in the water, something big moving beneath the surface. As you can see, that's exactly what the man filming believes is going on. According to him, the waves on the water indicate that whatever is down there isn't that small. He's convinced that what he saw on the day he recorded this had to have been the legendary Loch Ness Monster. You know, the elusive creature that's said to reside in the depths of Loch Ness in Scotland. The very idea of it being spotted in the ocean is both thrilling and baffling. But hold on. Others argue that this mysterious creature might have a more mundane explanation. They suggest it could be a submarine silently gliding through the depths, its presence only betrayed by the subtle waves on the surface. Submarines are designed to be stealthy, so it wouldn't be surprising if one was quietly navigating underwater. Others think the man is trying to create drama where there is none. They think it could be just a normal flowing water and nothing more. You've seen the clip. Which of these do you think is the most plausible and logical? At first glance, you might think this is some sort of AI-generated image of a monster or even a movie poster for a new horror flick, but prepare to be shocked. This is actually a close-up image of an ant. Yes, you heard that right, an ant. Under normal circumstances, ants are tiny creatures that scurry out unnoticed, doing their busy work. We rarely get a good look at them, but with this magnified image, we see the whole new world, one that looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. You have to admit that the ant's face is both fascinating and eerie. Its mandibles and overall structure give it a monstrous appearance, something you'd expect to see on an alien planet rather than in your backyard. Isn't it incredible how something so small can look so terrifying up close? I know you love horror movies because of the thrill they give you, but perhaps you should take an interest in discovering what the small creatures around us look like up close. I'm pretty sure you would find them scarier than your average horror movies.
Then the ice starts to go from smooth to starting to break up here.
Like, where are we right now? What planet is this? Just take a phone picture. I like how that Earth is meeting the glacier. See that interesting shape?
Oh wow, yeah.
Making?
Just mesmerized. I've never seen terrain like this.
It's so insane, isn't it? How because this is right at the edge of it.
These two guys shared a video of themselves allegedly flying over the forbidden icy walls of Antarctica. Take a look. It's just ice as far as the eye can see, stretching out endlessly beneath them. But as captivating as it seems, most viewers aren't buying it. The skeptics were quick to weigh in. One commenter said, "Although I'd like to see Antarctica from this view, I'm pretty sure these guys are in Alaska." Another added, "This is not behind the ice wall, lol. This looks very much like the Alexandershow in Switzerland." But here's the twist. Some believers argue that this skepticism is
There are many Qigong paths out there, but none of which is able to bring to this result that I'm showing you. This is a Master Joe. Is one of those unique and rare human beings that possess the ability of actually demonstrating Qi in a such evident and eloquent way, even in front of 500 people, 400 people during the Qigong seminaries. He is part of the teachings that we share in the school of Qigong Fu, the system created by Shifu Costantino Valente, who basically condensed the two teachings he received from Shifu Zhou, the one you just saw, and Shifu Luo, the teacher from Thailand. I'm showing you these videos only because for me that's a clear manifestation of the existence of Qi and also the fact that these practices actually work. When we do a Qi emission, that still represents some kind of visible and very dense manifestation of the Qi. Interesting, quite pleasurable to see, shocking the first times, but really not the ultimate point, at least for me, because we can refine this energy we gather and we can explore higher dimension and work with subtle energies. Now I want to invite you to sign up for 2 basic free exercises that you can find on my website, where also you will find a description of the whole path, and if you're interested, also the details to start the first practice online with me. The classes are individual. I'm just using technology. We use Zoom to take advantage of the possibility of learning at distance and becoming a teacher. So being responsible for your learning and being in contact via WhatsApp, and you will also receive study material to get a deeper understanding of all these things. So if you're interested in what I just showed you, I really invite you to click the links somewhere, to visit the page, to put the email address. It's not a spam thing. It's a very informative material you will be receiving, and at some point, if you're just bothered by those things, you can even unclick or unsubscribe those things. But please, if what you saw is interesting for you, just click on the link and visit the page, and you will be taken instantly to the 2 basic exercises that you can learn and start to practice, and also to a full description.
Exactly what they want. By discrediting videos like this, they say the truth stays hidden in plain sight. Could it be that these guys are onto something, or is it just another case of mistaken geography? So what do you think? Also, did I say the name of the place in Switzerland right? Because to me it sounded like complete gobbledygook. Maybe someone can give me a pronunciation in the comments section.
The ice starts to go from smooth to starting to break up here.
Like, where aren't we right now? What planet is this? Just take a folk picture.
Now what do we have here? The lower torso of a woman's legs in a pair of shorts and red heels. It appears to be attached to a table, moving gracefully among a crowd with a platter of food on it. This scene is quite the head-turner, like those mind-boggling magic tricks magicians perform on stage. But here's the twist. This isn't a magic show, it's an actual restaurant. It's fascinating to watch as the legs move cautiously, stopping just at the right moment when someone approaches to take food from the platter, never bumping into anyone. The coordination is so seamless it almost feels like an illusion. This intriguing sight begs the question, what are we really looking at? Is this some advanced piece of robotics at play, or is it an elaborate illusion with a person cleverly hidden in the table, bent over in a contraption to create this effect? Many subscribe to the idea of a lady bent over in there, but what do you think? Are you wondering what exactly it is that you're looking at? Well, believe it or not, this is man-made flesh. Yes, you heard that right. Scientists in Japan have created this incredible living skin. It's made with human cells and has the amazing ability to repair itself when damaged, just like real skin. Now you might be wondering, why would they make something like this? The answer is fascinating. This living skin is designed for robots. Our once metallic counterparts will now be covered in skin that looks and feels just like ours and can even heal itself. It's like a theory from our imagination, but it's real and happening right now. This breakthrough could change the way we think about robots and how they interact with us. It's a giant leap towards making robots more lifelike and capable of performing delicate tasks that require a human touch. Imagine a robot that can assist in medical surgeries, providing the precision and sensitivity of human skin, or a robot caregiver that feels warm and soft to the touch. Okay, stop imagining. It's a bit creepy. But hey, who knows? It might just be what we need. And the interesting thing is, this is just the beginning. The future holds incredible possibilities as scientists continue to refine and expand this technology. I'm sure very soon we'll really need those tests that confirm I and you are human or robot. This next footage comes from Peru, where a woman and her group of friends had an encounter. While out one night, they spotted something perched high in a huge tree. It was a pair of glowing eyes staring down at them in the darkness. The creature itself remained hidden by the night, with only its piercing eyes visible. But it made a sound unlike anything they'd ever heard. It was not the call of a monkey, not the hoot of a bird, but something altogether unusual. Strangely enough, it didn't appear aggressive, it was just watching. What kind of creature do you think this could be?
Check this out. There's a full bed right here. Look at this. All this stuff is matted down. Literally matted down. I can't roll off this thing left or right. Literally couldn't do it. Let me have that camera. You see how this is all? It's a dish. It's literally a place to lay down. It's clearly been slept in. It's been inhabited.
This next footage comes from a man named Russell Accord, who ventured deep into the woods on a Bigfoot hunt. While exploring, he came across something unusual. In a large tree, he found this thick layer of twigs and branches woven together, almost like a giant bird's nest. And it wasn't just one, there were multiple similar nests spread around the area. Russell believes these structures are a telltale sign of Bigfoot's presence. These nest-like formations are for sleeping, especially for mother Bigfoots for their offspring. What do you make of this?
You see how this is all? It's a dish. It's literally a place to lay down. It's clearly been slept in. It's been inhabited.
And, you know, this and that. 13 solo albums, solo appearances on TV shows. And there were all these Paul McCartney records. Of course, you always feel things out.
Hear that? Yeah, very similar. Michael Jackson was known for his exceptional skill in disguises, because of how people would swarm him whenever he went out. He often wore elaborate disguises that were incredibly convincing. He was a master of disguise. So what do you think? Did Michael Jackson fake his own death to gain freedom, or is this theory too extreme to believe?
Begin to end.
A man was driving at night when he noticed something alarming. Ahead of him, a small four-wheeled cycle was moving along the road. But it wasn't just cruising, it had something attached to the back that was spewing fire onto the side of the road, which bordered a forest. As the man continued to drive, you could clearly see a line of fire trailing behind the cycle, setting the base of the woods ablaze. The person on the cycle kept going, leaving a long burning path in their wake. The sight was shocking, and the first thought that came to mind was arson. With so many forest fires occurring without any clear cause, this scene looked incredibly suspicious. One commenter, however, suggested a different explanation: the ditch burning. For those unfamiliar with it, ditch burning is a controlled method used to clear vegetation or debris, often on the sides of the road or fields. It's typically done to prevent larger, uncontrolled fires by eliminating potential fuel for wildfires. But even if that's the case, the way it was being done here at night, with fire spreading into the forest, seems reckless and dangerous. But what do you guys think? Is this a case of controlled ditch burning gone wrong, or is there something more sinister at play? I will be reading your comments. On October the 27th, two women, one in Wyoming and the other in Yukon, Canada, captured an intriguing sight in the sky. Well, why is this a big deal? Well, both filmed this phenomenon at nearly the same time. Take a look.
Is it a fire jet or is it a plane that's crashing? That is so wild.
Yeah, that's definitely crashing. What is happening?
It's going straight. It's going straight down.
What? A meteor.
Jets don't do that.
A meteor.
Ooh, don't say that.
It's a meteor.
The footage shows something falling from the sky, appearing almost golden as it glows against the atmosphere, resembling a meteor. But the unusual brightness and the controlled, smooth descent make many wonder if it's something else entirely. Unlike meteors, which tend to streak through the sky with intense speed, this object appears to be moving at a controlled speed. This has got many talking and wondering if perhaps it's a manned craft or at least a controlled one. The theories are running wild, and I don't mind hearing what you think.
What is happening?
It's going straight. It's going straight down.
What? A meteor.
These days, with how busy everyone is, fast food often seems like the easiest way to grab a meal. But after seeing this video, you might want to rethink that choice. This footage comes from a Wendy's where someone captured a stomach-churning sight. Rats crawling all over the burger buns. Oh, just look at that. Absolutely disgusting. And it's not just Wendy's. Burger King has also been exposed for using spoiled ingredients and unsanitary equipment in food preparation. Even worse, there have been reports of staff handling food with dirty hands. Then there's Chipotle, a place with its own long list of complaints. Back in 2015, more than 100 customers suffered from food poisoning after eating there. Investigations revealed that the restaurant was using the same cutting boards for raw meat and vegetables, allowing bacteria to spread. Their kitchens weren't properly cleaned, and faulty refrigeration system caused the food to spoil. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Classified Captures. Steve here, and today we've got a wild lineup of clips ranging from wild UFO sightings to clips of skinwalkers we have never featured on this channel before. Ready to have your mind blown? Well, let's dive right in. Starting today's episode, we've got this clip that was captured by the uploader's doorbell camera. In the video, a man is seen casually walking past a car across from her home. Everything appears to be normal, right? Well, take a good look at his shadow. Did you notice it? While the man appears completely normal, his shadow is a different story. It doesn't match his body stature at all. Instead, it looks like something bent over or crawling on all fours. Once the clip made its way online, it had everyone talking. One popular suspicion amongst most who spoke about it was that he was a shapeshifter. According to lore, while these beings might look human, their shadows remain the same and reveal their true forms. Despite this being widely accepted by many in the paranormal fraternity, there are skeptics who claim the footage is fake. Naturally, this left the community divided, including my team. As always, we need a third opinion, so what do you guys think? This man on your screen is Daniel Nemes, a quantum physicist whose work has sparked endless controversy. According to reports, after his groundbreaking research gained attention, it mysteriously disappeared, vanishing as though it had never existed. Daniel claimed to have developed a device he called the Energy Vision Camera. This revolutionary invention, he said, could capture images of beings from other dimensions, entities that exist on different energy planes than us. The photo he shared depicted bizarre otherworldly forms that he believed were interdimensional beings. Of course, skeptics were quick to label his claims as pseudoscience, dismissing his work as a hoax. But when you consider the images themselves and the fact that all traces of his research was wiped out, it does make you wonder, was he really onto something? And if not, why would his work disappear so completely? Take a look at these images and decide for yourself. Next, we got this dash cam clip from a truck driver that's left the community divided. Watch carefully, and if possible, don't blink. Did you catch that? It's visible for only a split second, but there's something large and dark with lots of fur hiding behind the trees. The driver doesn't initially spot it because, well, it's dark, and whatever that is well camouflaged. He goes about his business trying to do his pickup, and then he notices it. Once he does, it scares him and he runs back into his truck and gets the hell out of there. Now, if you know anything about truck drivers, it's that they've seen it all and don't easily have jump scares. To have an experienced driver run that fast must mean whatever it was terrifying. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of footage to go by except the initial cam footage. Many who saw it were convinced it was the big guy, aka Bigfoot. Some members of my team share the same sentiment, whereas a select few, or one to be precise, feel it's all staged. I believe we all know who that one is. Now that you've seen the clip yourself, which of these do you think it's likely to be? Imagine taking a photo at your best friend's house and later spotting this in it. Oh, crazy, right? Well, for the ladies in the image you see, it was no imagination. This was supposed to be a beautiful picture commemorating their evening together. They took the picture and thought nothing of it. It was when they were going through to select the best of the best, they noticed that there was a creature or being standing by them. It's not exactly human, but it's humanoid with what looks like a veil over its head. It doesn't appear to have any eyes or mouth. Seeing this naturally freaked them out, causing them to upload it online seeking answers. Many in the paranormal community who saw this felt it was nothing more than a ghost. They felt perhaps the girls were in the space of a spirit that might have died a long time ago or something along those lines. When it comes to these things, it's hard to confirm the backstory of the spirits since we can't exactly interview them. Julia suggests it's also possible that this image is doctored for clout, but then again, Julius is always like that. What do you guys also think? Does that look like a normal human craft to you? Just for a bit of context, this was allegedly recorded over the Delaware River, and it was heading toward New Jersey from Philadelphia. Yeah, New Jersey again. Some folks near the river saw this and decided to record it. According to them, it didn't look like a helicopter, and neither did it look like any plane that they're accustomed to seeing in the area. This made them suspect that this might be a UFO heading toward New Jersey. Now, note that the individuals who posted this aren't enthusiasts or anything like that. They saw it, thought it was peculiar, and uploaded it online to get people's views on it. The quality of the clip and the angle from which it was recorded make it difficult to properly analyze the clip. Many in the community have already accepted it as authentic evidence in the New Jersey UFO case. Now, assuming they're right, what do you think happened in New Jersey to set these sightings that we've seen all month? Do you think we should be scared or worried rather than excited? Let me know your thoughts. Have you ever had the feeling you were being watched? Did it look something like this? Well, the image you see on your screen is not a digital creation, but a picture someone actually took in their home. It was supposed to be a night like any other, but on this particular day, the individual who captured the image felt that she was in a room with an unseen force. It felt crazy, but the feeling was much more intense in one room. Feeling curious and a little scared, she grabbed her phone and investigated the place. It looked normal, but when she went through the captures on her phone, she noticed that although she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with her naked eyes, she was not alone. That freaked her out, and she uploaded this online asking for answers instead of running out of the place. I guess she's what they call bold and brave, but that could not be me. I would have left. Someone sent us this, claiming it was a legendary creature from folklore. While I love my ancient folklore, something about this clip didn't sit right with me. I don't want to be the one to call out the obvious, so we're going to treat this like a bonus segment. Tell me what you think this is and give me some interesting facts about it. There is one twist, though. Only wrong answers are allowed. With that cleared, let's go. I'll be reading the comments for the best and possibly most hilarious responses. This was taken in Russia, and no, it's not a new fashion trend, although I think it would be cool. Anyway, these individuals were wearing those white mesh masks as a way to stop facial recognition cameras from recognizing them. Not sure what's happening in Russia, but for some odd reason, people feel they ought to protect themselves using means like this. While that does look interesting, I can't help but wonder how effective it is. Also, is it safe to consider them as individuals breaking the law, or should they just be considered freedom fighters fighting for their privacy? The lines get blurry when it comes to things like this, but do tell, would you wear something like this to hide your identity? Next, we've got a woman who decided to take a peaceful walk through the woods with her dog, casually filming the scenery as they went. However, as they walked, her dog began to act strangely. It sniffed intently in a particular direction, its body language cautious and tense. At one point, it even stopped walking entirely. The woman thought little of it at the time, assuming her dog was just distracted by a scent. But when she got home and reviewed the footage, the reason for her dog's behavior became chillingly clear. In the video, a pale, long face with black, hollow eyes can be seen in the direction her dog had been fixated on. The figure appeared to be cloaked in black, standing silently among the trees and seemingly watching her. Some believe this could be one of the so-called Watchers of the Woods. They're mysterious entities said to observe those who wander too close to their domain. Others think it could be something entirely different, perhaps more sinister. What do you think? Could this indeed be a Watcher, or is it something else entirely?
يا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حسنا كعيان حسنا خذوا في باطن هذا البئر.
I have seen weird things from the Middle East, but this clip might just make top 10 or 15, but you get the point. The clip introduces us to two men making references to something beneath a rock. It looks like it's got dark fingers, and I'm not sure if the thing's trying to escape or trying to keep them out, but they can see it and are clearly interested as well. The clip ends before we can find out what they did, but judging from the fact that they were able to upload this, we can say that they're alive, or at least a part of them. Many who saw this were convinced that the men we see in the clip had encountered a jinn. Looking at the clip, I get why they would think that, but this is not something we can easily confirm unless they were there or saw a full body shot at least. There are some in the fraternity who remain skeptical, though. They feel it was just staged for views and likes. If that's the case, then they certainly did achieve their goal.
يا الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حسنا كعيان حسنا خذوا في باطن هذا البئر خذه.
A resident living on a Native American reservation in Saskatchewan, Canada, had a chilling experience while on a night patrol with their partner. As they drove along a quiet road, their headlights illuminated something unusual on the side of the road, a small, ghostly figure pacing back and forth. The figure appeared restless, moving with an agitated energy. The sight unnerved them so much that they quickly drove away, leaving the mysterious entity behind. The duo had no explanation for what they saw. One of them suggested it might be a restless spirit that's perhaps tied to the land's history and culture. The other suggested it might be something else entirely. Unable to decide what it was, they uploaded their clip online to get the opinions of others. You've seen the clip, so what's your take? Speaking of strange figures, how would you have reacted seeing something like this down your street? It looks like a humanoid creature bent over with its hips in an unusually high position while moving on all fours. You and I know that's not normal. Somehow the individual who encountered this was bold and brave enough to stand, watch, and record. I've no doubt that he bolted out of the place after recording, but he potentially placed himself in harm's way to get us this footage, unless, of course, the whole thing is staged. But assuming for a second this is all authentic and real, what do you think that thing is? Before you answer, some members of the community mentioned it might be a wraith, whereas others thought it was an otherworldly being. What say you? If you pay attention, you should notice a green hue in the lake. See it now? What do you think that is? This is recorded by a lady whose time with nature was interrupted by her seeing this. She insists that there was no machines in the area and that she was definitely the only one present. Looking at the clip, it's hard to say for sure where the green light could have come from, but then again, some leaks from individuals claiming to work or at least formerly worked in the government state that some UAPs and UFOs are hiding in our waters and the government is aware. When the clip first surfaced, some began suspecting it was a UAP hiding in plain sight, just like the leaks had suggested. While everyone was in awe and encouraging her to go back to the site and see what else she could find, someone mentioned it might not be extraterrestrials at all. Instead, it might just be divers at work. A woman was driving when she spotted a lone deer by the side of the road. Captivated by the serene sight, she snapped a picture without giving it much thought. Because, well, why not? However, when she got home and revisited the image, something unsettling caught her eye. Right in front of the deer, a ghostly figure stood. It had a translucent form that became even more distinct when the clip was enhanced. This left her confused, as it was a lonely path with no individuals. Naturally, she uploaded this online, where some called her an attention seeker. Looking at the capture, there's a possibility that this might be authentic, but if it is, could we be dealing with a spirit watching over the deer, or is it nothing more than an optical illusion? It's hard to say, but let's hear your thoughts. Speaking of authentic clips, take a look at this one. And yes, that's a dark being with an inverted back moving across someone's lawn. The surprise, however, is that it doesn't remain in that form for long. Instead, it turns into a human being with clothes on. It's not every day your security cam captures something like this, but when it does, you make sure to get to the bottom of it, and that's exactly why the owner of the cam uploaded this online. Many who saw it were convinced we were dealing with a skinwalker. Given the unnatural characteristics the creature possesses, it's natural for people to think that. There are also skeptical ones like Julius who think it's doctored footage, but were unable to run any analysis to confirm. If you were to go on a hunch, which of these options would you say it is? In this peculiar incident, a trail camera in the woods captured a deer calmly grazing when something strange unfolded. A figure is shadowy and indistinct and walks behind the deer before vanishing into the background. What makes the footage even more intriguing is the deer's reaction. It stops eating and turns its head to track the movement of the figure, clearly aware of its presence. The figure doesn't resemble any typical human or animal. Its form is elusive, almost otherworldly, leading some to speculate that this could be a cloaked alien or some kind of entity. What do you guys think? This is a very bizarre piece of footage that was retrieved from a security camera positioned above a road. In the recording, captured during the evening hours, a shadowy figure approaches the camera from down the road. The low light casts an eerie reflection on the ground, making it evident that this entity is bipedal and humanoid in shape. As the car draws closer to the figure, something extraordinary happens. It swiftly moves on two legs and abruptly turns off the road. Let's take a look at the footage again. You can see the figure run with surprising speed, only to undergo a shocking transformation into what appears to be a wolf. The creature then dashes into the nearby woods with remarkable agility. The exact location where this footage was captured remains unknown. Could this footage be evidence of a skinwalker, or perhaps it could be a legitimate case of a werewolf transformation? A family had organized a lively birthday party for their child. Among the guests, one individual encountered a peculiar creature that caught everyone's attention. This unusual figure had its head protruding curiously from behind a door. The creature had a giant cat-like face with a remarkably long neck, its features twisted in a way that was both intriguing and slightly unsettling. The dim light in the room made it difficult to discern the full shape of the being, making this whole thing eerie. This is a valid reason to think twice about visiting just any house. After all, you never know what strange and unexpected surprises may be lurking behind closed doors. What do you think this creature is?
И здесь же находится вход в подземный мир. Сейчас я вам его покажу. Смотрите, вход в подземный мир.
What would you do if you found the doorway to the underworld? Personally, I would have left it alone, but not this Russian explorer. He somehow found a way to activate it and went far enough to film it for us to see. According to him, If you press certain rocks in a specific order at the location where he's filming, the entrance to the underworld, or the inner earth, as some like to call it, is opened. While this intrigued many were skeptical and called him out for lying. Some even laughed and asked if he simply opened and closed it without repercussions. Some even called him out for not filming the entire process. While all these guys descended on him for his poor reporting skills, some in the comments section mentioned it was similar to certain stories that have also come out of the USA that reportedly led to the inner earth or underworld, as some like to call it. Does that make the clip authentic? No. And does that also mean he's lying? Also no. How do we verify the whole thing then? I guess we have to find him and force him to send us there.
Вот он. Для активации, чтобы открылась эта дверь, нужно нажать на эти капли, понимаете?
According to this list of strange home captures, we've got this clip recorded by a homeowner when she started hearing strange tapping sounds on her window. It scared her and she wanted to have evidence of the experience. What she didn't count on, however, was seeing a creepy face from behind the window. That definitely does not look human, and the one recording it knew it. She, however, survived the night and uploaded it online seeking answers. Some were shocked, while others were skeptical. Some even asked why they didn't close their curtains, especially when it's night. So many things don't exactly add up, but let's have your thoughts on this one. How do you feel about cave exploring? Honestly, it's a hard pass for me, and here's why. Across the globe, there are extensive cave systems that wind their way through mountains and underground. However, reports keep surfacing of people mysteriously disappearing while going into these dark, uncharted territories. These missing person cases have been on the rise in recent years. But why? Well, one frightening theory suggests that there are certain creatures residing deep within the Earth's crust in the shadows of the caves. Urban legends depict these entities as humanoid and potentially hazardous beings that predate humans. In one alarming account, a group of friends decided to embark on an adventure to explore a local cave. As they walked deeper into the caves, they began to hear strange noises echoing through the dark passages. So they started filming. It wasn't long before they encountered something that sent chills down their spines. Although the footage was shaky and unclear, it was evidence that they saw something in there based on all the noises and panic from the footage. Are these creatures the very reason so many people have gone missing in these caves? If this theory is true, then it's very likely that they are. So after hearing about such chilling accounts, would you still dare to explore a cave? This next footage was captured by a drone during the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's nothing short of haunting. As you can see, individuals dressed in white and black protective gear wearing masks are seen stacking long wooden boxes into the ground. What you're witnessing is a mass burial. The bodies of people who tragically passed away from the virus and were unclaimed by their families. If you're wondering where this is, it's Hart Island in New York. However, this island holds a grim history that predates the pandemic. It has been used as a military prison camp, a psychiatric hospital, a reform school, and more. Today it functions as a public cemetery where the unclaimed and identified are laid to rest. Eerily, no one lives on Hart Island. It's like a cemetery for the forgotten. And if there were ever a zombie apocalypse, New Yorkers might want to be cautious about this place. It's said to house countless buried bodies and possibly lost souls. A man was hiking in the woods when he began to hear strange noises. It was a mix of chanting and singing. As he moved closer to the source of the sound, he came across a line of people all dressed in white, walking in a strange formation. The eerie scene gave the impression of a ritual or a cult gathering. The footage was filmed in the UK and has sparked debate online. Some viewers connected the mysterious group to a bizarre theory involving the Yellow Deli, a chain of sandwich shops operating in various countries. According to rumors, the Yellow Deli is linked to a religious group or cult known for recruiting members through their shops. They're said to hold unusual beliefs and were recognizable by their distinct dress code and behaviors. Could this group in the woods be part of the same organization, or is it entirely unrelated, perhaps an isolated spiritual gathering? What's your take on this? A resident in St. Augustine, Florida, recently set up a security camera in his kitchen after experiencing some unusual occurrences that piqued his curiosity. However, what he recorded was something entirely unexpected. In the footage, a glowing orb-like object can be seen floating around the room. The object maneuvers fluidly above the kitchen, almost as if it's searching for something. At one point in the video, the orb shrinks in size and ascends toward the ceiling. The resident couldn't identify what he'd captured on camera, as it didn't resemble any typical object. What truly puzzled him was the nature of the entity. Was it an alien presence, a ghostly figure, or something else entirely? A woman had booked a hotel for the night, and as she settled in, she decided to take a picture and send it to her family to let them know she was safe. But when her family looked at the image, they noticed something chilling. In the picture, you can see the TV and a bit of the round mirror on the wall. However, in the mirror's reflection, there was something strange. A face. It was the face of a little girl. Her skin was eerily pale, her short black hair hung still, and her eyes were pure white with a subtle glow. The woman insists she was alone in the room, but this unsettling image says otherwise. What do you guys think? Is this evidence of a haunting, or could there be another explanation? This chilling footage offers an unsettling glimpse into what some might call a real-time possession. In the security camera clip, two men are walking on a quiet street, seemingly unaware of each other. One man walks towards on the right, while the other heads in the opposite direction. Then comes a shadowy humanoid figure which emerges from the man on the right and walks directly into the man on the left. The transition is so subtle that it's easy to miss it. Let's watch it again. The entity detaches itself from one person and enters another, entirely unnoticed by the two men. This is deeply unsettling. If spirits can transfer from person to person so casually, I wonder what we might have unknowingly carried in our daily lives. What do you think? Could this be possession?
See this right here? 100% fatality rate. Every motherfucker who ended up in there has died.
Swimming or kayaking in dams is highly discouraged for several reasons. While the surfaces of these water bodies may appear calm and inviting, they can conceal treacherous dangers beneath. One such danger is often called the drowning machine, a phenomenon created by the unique and unpredictable water currents associated with dams. When water is released from a dam, it can create powerful swirling currents that can easily overwhelm even the most experienced swimmers and paddlers. The water may appear still on the surface, but underneath it flows rapidly and chaotically, posing a severe risk to those who venture too close. Many have attempted to swim in these waters, but sadly the vast majority do not survive due to the unexpected strength of the currents. While trained rescue experts are equipped to handle emergencies, in these environments the risks remain substantial. For safety reasons, avoid dams. A couple had recently installed a security camera in their child's room due to their little one's unusual nighttime behavior. Their child had been crying and refusing to sleep at night, insisting that there was a monster lurking under the bed. Initially, the parents interpreted this as just a common childhood fear of the dark, believing that most kids go through a phase where they imagine monsters hiding in the shadows or the closets. However, one night, the footage captured by the camera revealed something that terrified them. In the dead of night, the video showed a strange dark figure gradually emerging from the doorway. It peered into the room, its glowing eyes piercing through the dim light, exuding an unsettling presence. The figure's elongated hands slithered around the door frame. After a moment of stillness, the figure retreated into the darkness without a sound. The parents watched in shock, realizing their child had not been joking or simply afraid of the dark at all. This chilling discovery changed their understanding of what was truly haunting their little one that night. Do you remember the iconic Disney intro where Tinkerbell flies in with her wand, trailing pixie dust behind her? She circles the castle and dots the I in Disney with her wand. It was such a magical moment that it's etched into the memories of so many fans. Well, guess what? It never happened. Disney claims this iconic sequence was never part of their movie intros, but how? Just how? Go back and watch. It's not there. This revelation has left people divided. Many are calling it a Mandela effect, claiming we've somehow shifted into a different timeline where things are slightly off. However, I think Disney might be gaslighting us. What do you think?
You want to read a book with Dad? You want an iPad?
A concerning trend is being referred to as the iPad kids disease. As parents become increasingly occupied with their jobs and responsibilities, screens like iPads, iPhones, and TVs are often used to keep children entertained. While it seems convenient, this over-reliance on screens seems to have become an alarming effect on children. Just look at this. Children mimicking swiping motions in their sleep, throwing severe tantrums when devices are taken away, and showing heightened aggression without screen access. Beyond these immediate behaviors, there's a deeper issue. Many of these kids lack social skills, struggle with real-world interactions, and show minimal interest in physical activities or imaginative play. Experts warn that excessive screen time during formative years may hinder children's emotional development and ability to navigate relationships in the future. What will become of a generation raised more by screens than by human interaction? This next topic has been around for years and is nothing new. Celebrities selling their souls to the devil. Many people claim to have captured questionable moments that make them believe that this could be true, but is it? Or is it just a camera glitch? Let's start with this first clip from a Lana Del Rey concert. Someone in the audience recorded footage, and in the footage, Lana and some of her dancers appear oddly distorted. Their faces looked completely unnatural. The person who filmed the video said they appeared normal in real life, so this distortion only showed up in the footage. Could it be a glitch? Perhaps, but then again, Lana is known for her interest in witchcraft, so who knows? Now let's talk about Lady Gaga. There's footage where her eyes appear to shift, turning completely white. And in another instance, Beyoncé seems to change her appearance on camera, looking different for just a fleeting moment during an intense performance. These are just a few examples, but there are countless stories of celebrities shape-shifting on camera during their concerts. So what's your take? Are these moments of proof for them selling their souls, and is this all just a coincidence or a technical glitch? That's supposed to be a shark, but are there sharks that large? Well, no, at least not in recent times. In times of old, the megalodon was an enormous prehistoric shark that lived on this planet. We're talking about approximately 3.6 million to 23 million years ago. During the Miocene and Pliocene epochs, it's considered one of the largest and most powerful predators in Earth's history, which estimates suggesting it could grow up to 50 to 60 feet, which is long 3 times the size of a great white shark. The megalodon had serrated teeth up to 7 inches long, designed to crush bones and prey on large marine animals like whales, seals, and other sharks. Fossil evidence, such as teeth and vertebrae, suggest it thrived in warm, shallow oceans worldwide. Despite its fearsome reputation, the megalodon went extinct millions of years ago, likely due to climate changes, declining prey availability, and competition from other marine predators. So, if it's extinct, how do we have a clip like this? The answer? It's most likely fake.
Елена Анатольевна, мы вот сами не можем поверить. Мы пошли погулять. Мы сейчас и вот здесь вот такое чудо.
A family in Russia was astonished by an unusual sight in the sky above a building. In the clouds was a distinct cross shape. It looks like a divine display. Naturally, such a phenomenon immediately stirred conversations and speculations about its origin. Some viewers marveled at the sight, wondering if it could be a supernatural sign or a message from above. The cross's clarity and position lent it an air of mystique. However, I think the cross is likely a reflection caused by the lights positioned to the building's corners. The bright lights beaming upward could have reflected onto the cloud cover, creating the illusion of a perfect cross. What do you think? Our next clip is one of many videos about people discovering fake plastic food items. This woman's example involves chicken. Take a look.
Does something look wrong here? Like, why is it like that? Look at it. And it's like, it feels like there's skin on it, but it's boneless and skinless. Like,
just look at the texture. It appears to have a plastic covering, and as she pokes it, it feels mushy inside. What is going on out there? What is happening to our food? Seeing something as fundamental as a chicken looking and feeling fake is unsettling. How can consumers ensure the food they're buying is real and safe to eat? The idea of fake food infiltrating our market is both alarming and infuriating. So far, however, we've had accounts of people online. Can any of you confirm if you have ever come across something like this, or at least personally know someone who has? We want to make sure this isn't propaganda, and quite frankly, we don't think it is. But we want to give it the benefit of the doubt.
does something look wrong here? Like, why is it like that? Look at it.
Oh. This footage was taken in Mexico. 2 men were outside when they noticed an odd-looking star. Out of nowhere, the star emitted a green laser beam that moved around and then vanished. Paranormal enthusiasts believe this could be evidence of alien activity. However, one commenter offered a different perspective that got me thinking. Fake. It's a hill where the green laser is being pointed by someone on the hill. Those laser pointers are sold at fairs. You've seen the clip as well. Do you think this could be the case here? Let us know in the comments section if you think this explanation makes sense or if you have another theory. We'll be reading. Oh. This next video is unsettling, to say the least. A woman concerned for her son set up a security camera in his room after he repeatedly told it there was a monster keeping him up at night. Hoping to ease his fears, she managed to get him to bed, but what was captured next would leave any parent shaken. In the dead of night, the door suddenly creaks open on its own. Then, from seemingly nowhere, a figure appears at the foot of his bed. It looks like a terrifying woman, dressed in dark, tattered robes, her face obscured but unmistakably eerie. The creature quietly peels back the...
No mames! That shit's going all fast. There's not a person there at all, bro.
Recently, Ryan Garcia has been sharing his views on various government conspiracies. In this footage, he makes a video while hospitalized with tubes up his nose. Take a look.
Come on now, the rapture is coming. Jesus is coming back. The aliens, they already have Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is the fact that aliens are being slowly put out, okay? Project Bluebeam is this. Why do you think they slowly started putting out aliens since Roswell? Because you can't handle the truth right away. It would have caused a great mass delusion or whatever, right? Just everybody would be chaotic. So they do slowly, and it's for a reason, because it says in the Bible that there'll be a great delusion cast out on earth. What do you think that great delusion is? And you guys can pull up the verses.
In the video, Garcia discusses how the talk of aliens is propaganda designed to deceive us when the rapture happens. He claims that aliens are not otherworldly beings, but demons in disguise. Garcia's perspective is certainly provocative and has sparked a lot of debate. His stance is that these so-called extraterrestrial encounters are part of a larger deception to distract humanity from spiritual truths. Given his background as a professional boxer, it's intriguing to see him delve into such controversial topics. It's worth noting that Garcia's outspoken views cost him his standing in the boxing community, adding another layer to the discussion. What do you think on his take on these matters?
What are these things they're going to get tricked by? They're going to get tricked by that it was an alien abduction. Understand, this is happening in real time. You guys need to wake up. Who's involved? The people, the principalities, the powers that be, the ones that are setting it up, the ones that are releasing the footage. Listen to what I'm saying. It's happening. I told you guys about the rules of satanic worship. It needs to be in front of your face. Why do you think they put the stuff on Simpsons? Why do you think all the things are right in front of your face, but nobody is paying attention? They're like, there's no way that could be true.
我拍的是可以。
If you've been watching our channel for the past few weeks, then you're aware of the fact that strange cloud formations have been spotted all around the world, and eerily, they look so similar to each other, even though each clip comes from a different place and time. One popular variation is clouds that are ring-shaped, with smoke like dust swirling around them. Many people believe these formations are cloaked UFOs, while others suggest they might be portals. On the other hand, skeptics argue that they're just natural cloud formations and nothing more. The striking similarity between these sightings raises questions. How can these clouds appearing in such different locations look almost identical? Could there be a connection, or is it just a coincidence? Are they a sign of something more, or just nature playing tricks on us? Julius scoffs anytime we bring this up, but Aaron insists there's something going on. But what do you guys think?
啊？我
And it would take us hours to cross from way over there.
Moving on, we visit the remote landscapes of Alberta, Canada, where a man captured footage of something strange in the barren terrain with only a few scattered structures in sight. At a distance, he spotted a dark, large figure moving quickly across the open land. Despite being far away, the creature's size and speed were noticeable as it took long, powerful strides. The location itself is hard to access, raising even more questions about what could be navigating such an isolated area. The man believes he witnessed a Bigfoot. While many online believe and side with him, there are a number who think that this just doesn't add up. Some even criticized his inability to keep the camera in frame, citing it as evidence that it's false. But then again, if the individual is watching the creature and filming at the same time, that could happen. Disclaimer, I'm not siding with him, I'm just sharing an observation. But what do you think, though?
And it would take us hours to cross from way over there.
This is the secret cave that goes into Disneyland. Now, if this works and it actually does go into Disneyland, I have an annual pass. I'm not trying to steal admission. Here goes.
There have been numerous theories and rumors surrounding Disneyland, from secret tunnels and hidden rooms to mysterious passageways. One recent claim comes from a man who says he found an entry into one of these alleged tunnels. Though he doesn't disclose the exact location, he decides to investigate it for himself. He follows the tunnel, and surprisingly, it leads him underground to a child's restroom in Disneyland. If we are to believe him, what could be the purpose of these hidden passages? Could there be a more practical explanation, or is it part of something bigger? A man was driving out of a parking lot when he noticed something unusual in the sky. Intrigued, he parked his car and zoomed in with his camera. There it was, a UFO hovering in the sky. Unlike the animated footage we're used to seeing, this one looked like the real deal. The object wasn't moving very fast, and it was drifting slowly across the sky. The slow and steady movement of the UFO made the sighting even more compelling. This isn't a quick flash or a blurry speck, it's clear and deliberate. Could this be genuine evidence of extraterrestrial activity?
Allá anda atrás del árbol un ovni. Lo miramos y se anda escondiendo y ahí anda jugando atrás del árbol. Mira. Oye, va para arriba. Ay, papá. Ya subimos de la lámpara, ya subimos de la lámpara.
This footage, taken in Mexico back in 2015, captures a curious and unexplained sighting. A group of men were hanging out at night when they noticed something unusual in the sky. Intrigued, they zoomed in on the glowing object, and what they found left them puzzled. The object was unlike any regular UFO or drone they had ever seen. It appeared to be a rock-like structure, but it didn't have a defined shape. Instead, it was irregular and oddly shiny, casting an eerie glow as it hovered in the night sky. The object's appearance was far from what one might expect from a typical aircraft or drone, adding to the mystery. What are we really looking at here? Could it be some unknown technology, or perhaps a natural phenomena that's yet to be explained? Share your thoughts. When it comes to the supernatural, some people don't take it seriously, even going so far as to playfully summon forces they don't fully understand. If you're one of those, this next footage might make you think twice. A young man, apparently as a joke, invited a demon into his home one evening and didn't think much of it. Later at night, he woke to a terrifying sight. This massive, shadowy figure was lurking in the corner of his room. Its body was dark and hazy, shaped like a massive dog standing upright on two legs with piercing, glowing eyes locked directly on him. Panicked, he reached for his phone to record what he was seeing, unsure if it was real or just a trick of the mind. But even through the camera, the figure was still there, unmoving and watching. In a last-ditch effort, he grabbed a crossbow and fired at the creature before fleeing his house in sheer terror. Whether this footage is real or just a hoax, it serves as a stark reminder to not mess with things you don't understand. There's always a chance that something might answer back.
Mommy, a girl behind you. What are you?
In this footage, an elderly man is out camping with his daughter and granddaughter, enjoying a cozy bonfire one night. As the man circles the fire, adding wood and paper to keep the flames going, his daughter casually films him, and then she notices something strange. There, in the shadows, is an odd figure seemingly following him around the fire. The young granddaughter's voice breaks the stillness as she too points it out, saying there's a girl following him. The figure appears briefly in the camera's view, moving in sync with the man. Julius thinks it's just a reflection from the fire, but Aaron believes there's something more to it. Given that even the little girl noticed it, what are your thoughts? Is it simply a trick of the light, or is there something else, something more mysterious lingering by the fire?
Mommy, a girl behind you. What are you?
A man was at a dam when he noticed something unusual, a set of 3 fins cutting through the surface of the water. At first glance, they looked like the fins of a fish, but their sheer size and location raised some serious questions. How could fish that large have ended up in a dam like this? Some people argue that these fins belong to a group of large fish, somehow finding their way into the dam. Others, however, believe that there's something far more intriguing and possibly more dangerous beneath the water. Could it be an undiscovered aquatic creature, or maybe even something from the deep that has ventured into unknown territory? Hard to say, but what do you think? Next, we've got footage that was taken by a tourist who had visited Thailand back in 2022.
What's that? What is that? Yeah, what's that? What's that?
They went biking through the woody mountains and had to walk part of the way to reach one of their destinations. In the video, you can see one person walking ahead of the person filming. When they got to the top, they set the camera down, and that's when the camera guy noticed something among the trees. They went to investigate but didn't see anything. However, the camera captured a creature. It was a reptilian-like entity that crept out from the bushes and quickly went back into hiding when the men moved closer. You can see its shoulders, head, and one arm it used to climb out. The hands, shoulders, and head looked humanoid except that the body was reptilian and the palm appeared webbed. What could this mysterious creature be? Is it a cryptid, some unknown species, or perhaps something else entirely? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section.
What the That. What is that? Yeah, what's that? What is that?
Here we have footage from a man who spotted something lurking in the woods across the field he was standing on.
I just seen something over in the woods, Chris, and I don't know if you can see this or not. Do you see that? Do you see that?
It shows a massive furry figure moving back and forth on two legs, shifting as though it's watching him. This creature towers at an estimated height of around 8 feet, with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, too large and upright to resemble a typical animal. Could it be a Bigfoot, or maybe even the elusive Dogman? Share your thoughts, especially if you were like Julius and think it's just a hoax.
I just seen something over in the woods, Chris, and I don't know if you can see this or not. Do you see that? Do you see that? In this footage, this man, camping alone in the woods, thought he'd found a peaceful spot for the night. He had everything set up, and as he finally laid down, he began to hear strange noises echoing from outside his tent. At first, he heard distant howlings, which was unsettling enough, but then he started to pick up on something else, another noise that didn't quite fit with the sounds of wildlife. Feeling a deep unease, he decided to check it out. He unzipped his tent and shone his flashlight into the dark forest. His light caught a figure standing by a nearby tree, partially hidden in the shadows. The figure didn't resemble any animal, and its form was eerily human-like, yet somehow not quite right. Within a few seconds, he hears what sounds like the voices of children, and it sends chills down his spine. That's not something you expect. Given the fact that this clip was eventually uploaded, it means he survived, but you have to wonder, what did he just encounter? Many individuals online are convinced it could be the spirit of a child. A number are also skeptical about the whole thing, and then there's Julius, our in-house science whiz and non-believer in the paranormal, who is convinced that everything in the clip is a paid actor. But what do you guys think? The hiker was out in the foggy woods when he started to feel uneasy, so he took out his phone and began to record his surroundings. That is when he found this. There in the fog was a tall, dark figure. As he moved further and looked around, the figure seemed to be everywhere. He didn't know if it was the same figure appearing repeatedly or if there were multiple figures, but it seemed these strange figures were following him. Imagine the fear and confusion in such a situation, being surrounded by mysterious figures in the fog, unsure if it's a trick of the light or something more sinister. The eerie presence and the feeling of being watched would send chills down anyone's spine. What could these figures be? Are they shadows or something supernatural? Back to the subject of portals, someone captured this strange sight while on a plane. We're not exactly told where the person was headed, but it was uploaded as real footage, and it's got the paranormal community scratching their heads. Looking at the clip, it looks like some translucent circular contraption. The individual who uploaded it insists it's an interdimensional portal, even though we see nothing coming in nor going out through it. A number of individuals who saw the original post stated they believed it was true. Others also expressed skepticism and gave sarcastic comments teasing the USA for being the country to experience a number of these incidents. Now you guys see the clip. What do you also think about it?
recorded by a homeowner who had noticed his motion sensor had been going off at odd hours. Wondering what the reason was, he set up a camera to catch whoever or whatever was triggering it. Late one night, with the camera positioned at the far end of his property, he finally captured something. In the footage, the scene is mostly clear land with the house a few meters away. But as you watch, a faint ghostly figure appears, almost like a person pacing back and forth in the yard. It's unsettling because it isn't just fog or smoke. The shape and movement are distinct, like a transparent person moving repeatedly through the same spot. He was convinced the alarms were set off by this being or person and decided to share his findings online. Aaron, our residential conspiracy theorist and paranormal expert, believes this is a genuine capture of a ghost. But what say you? There's a reason demolitions are done by trained professionals, and our next clip demonstrates that fact exceptionally. Did you see that? First of all, being that close to the structure in this state was risky. Secondly, to bring it down while standing so close to it was also risky. He's very, very lucky to have escaped with no scratch. Whatever you do, never do what this guy did in the clip. You have friends and family that care about you too much for your life to be snuffed out by something like this. Next, we got a homeowner who, after purchasing a house, was doing a second thorough check and came across something disturbing. There was a dent in the roof, and as she looked through, she saw this. Between the cracks, there was a grotesque face staring back at her. It didn't look human at all, and it left her unsettled and quite frankly disturbed. What is this thing living there? Also, she had already bought the house at this point, leaving her with no option but to deal with the unsettling discovery. Imagine the shock of finding such a creature hidden in your home. What could it be? A wild animal? A strange entity? Or something else entirely? What would you do if you found something like this in your home? This diver just emerged from the water with an unexpected hitchhiker. A stubborn octopus latched onto his back. No matter how much he tries to pull it off, it simply won't budge. Octopuses have strong suction cups that allow them to cling to surfaces with surprising strength, so it's no surprise this little guy isn't letting go easily. Looks like the diver might have made a new, very clingy friend.
Déjalo que suba hasta la cabeza y te lo quitas, hombre. Porque ahí se te va a coger todo.
The internet has a ton of bizarre content, but some clips are so strange they seem impossible to explain. Take this one, for instance. A man was casually walking down a path when he noticed something suspicious approaching him. To play it safe, he decided to record pretending to be on a call. And then something unbelievable happened. Within just a few seconds, the person approaching him appeared to transform into a dog and then ran off. I know editing software and AI can produce effects like this, but the transformation looked so smooth and seamless that it's hard to believe it's fake. Aaron believes we're dealing with a shapeshifter. A part of me really wishes that's really it. What do you think is happening here? When I first saw this, I shouted, "Demon possession." But I decided to calmly watch the clip, and I don't know. But I felt this overwhelming feeling of sadness. I had to change my script a couple of times for this one. I took a break and decided to do some research and found out why. This could actually be an individual experiencing Tourette's syndrome. For those unfamiliar, Tourette's syndrome is a neurological disorder characterized by the presence of repetitive, involuntary movements and vocalizations known as tics. These tics can be motor, such as blinking or head jerking, or vocal, such as grunting or throat clearing. The onset of Tourette's typically occurs in childhood, with symptoms often appearing between the ages of 5 and 10. While the exact cause is not fully understood, it's believed to involve a combination of genetic and environmental factors. The severity and type of tics can vary greatly among individuals, but while there is no cure, treatments including behavioral therapy, medication, and supportive therapies can help manage symptoms and improve quality of life. If that's what the person in the clip is experiencing, it's sad. Perhaps that's why I felt sad watching it. What do you guys think? This image was taken by Miria Mayer, an American anthropologist and primatologist. Because of her job, she was out in the woods, and the image is actually a screenshot from a video she recorded. According to her, while she was out in the woods, she felt eyes on her, but couldn't make out what it was. Later, while going through the clip she had recorded, she discovered that there was actually a creature hidden among a pile of dried leaves. It appeared to be an ape-like being, just staring straight at her. Cryptid enthusiasts believe this could be evidence of a Sasquatch lurking in the area. The creature's dark, shadowy figure blends almost seamlessly with the forest floor, making it hard to spot unless you know where to look. Maria's expertise and the detailed context of the situation lend credibility to this sighting. Could it be that she stumbled upon one of the most elusive cryptids in existence, or is she just seeing things? A man was in the woods when he noticed something unusual moving in the distance. It didn't look human, so he hid behind a tree and took out his camera to capture the creature as it walked by. Take a look as it moves through the trees. The figure was humanoid, standing around 6 feet tall, but it had a distinct hunch along its upper back with dark fur running from the back of its head down to its lower back. What's even stranger is what the creature was carrying. A satchel, strolling by without noticing the man filming. The witness said it had the stature and look of a human, yet it wasn't exactly human. Some say there are wild humans or even feral people living deep in the forests, completely removed from modern society. Could this mysterious creature be one of them? I have 2 unusual clips from residents in different parts of the U.S. who had captured eerily similar incidents just days apart. Take a look. The first clip was recorded by a security camera in Los Angeles, and it shows the front of a house and car. Early in the morning, before sunrise, a strange sequence unfolds. First, the sound of something falling from above, followed by a loud bang and a blinding flash that lights up the area for a brief moment. Although the camera doesn't capture the sky, the flash's intensity is reflected in the surroundings. Next, we visit Albuquerque, New Mexico, where another home security camera captured an almost identical event just days later. Positioned in the driveway, this camera shows the neighborhood view when a similar loud crash and bright flash occur. This time, however, all the car alarms in the vicinity go off, creating a chaotic scene with multiple vehicles sounding their alarms in response to the mysterious impact. With no clear explanation yet, various theories are circulating, with some suggesting that these are UFO crash landings, meteor impacts, or perhaps secretive technological tests. What do you think? The nighttime is when a lot of sinister and unexplainable things happen. Take a look at this surveillance footage. The camera was set outside a house, looking out at the woods nearby in the dead of night. Then, out of nowhere, this happened. A strange entity just dropped out of the sky and jumped off. It looks like it's humanoid, but because of how fast it moved, there isn't much we can say about it. It also has this white glow to it, but since this footage is in black and white, we can't tell if it's wearing a white dress or if the creature itself is glowing. Adding to the mystery was the fact that there were no reports of any disturbances or noises in the area that night. The homeowners checked the footage the next morning after noticing some strange marks on the ground where the entity landed. Could this be an extraterrestrial visitor, or perhaps a spectral entity? Let us know what you think in the comments section. This was sent in by a subscriber who had just set up his trail camera deep in the woods. He was hoping to spot some prey as he prepared for hunting season. But when he came back the next day to check the images, what he found was beyond anything he could have expected. The camera captured something truly unsettling, a creature that looked almost human, but with features that were anything but. It was completely bald, with hollow, empty eyes that seemed to stare right into your soul. Its mouth was wide open, revealing no teeth, just darkness, and where its nose should have been, there was only a gaping hole, giving it an even more skeletal appearance. The creature was crouched down, so the lower part of its body was hidden in the shadows, but what you could have seen was extremely emaciated, as if it had been starving for ages. What could this be? During a recent SpaceX rocket launch, one of the onboard cameras captured something strange in the footage. Take a close look. In the corner on the left side of the screen, there's a winged figure hovering near the rocket. It appears humanoid in shape, but with large, defined wings. The figure only stays visible for a brief moment before retreating from the frame. What could this possibly be? Some believe it was the Angel of Death that perhaps changed his mind midway launch. Others suggest it might be a large bird that happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Angel of Death bit sounds very interesting, but what do you think? Since the pandemic, people have been seeking ways to manage the stress and anxiety that took a toll during the lockdown. A bit too far. Might be some form of alien life or a spacecraft cloaked in a way that mimics natural organisms. Julius, on the other hand, thinks it's doctored footage of a sea hare. For those unfamiliar, the sea hare is a fascinating marine mollusk belonging to the order Anaspidea, known for its distinctive soft and wrinkled body that resembles a hare's ears. They're gentle creatures often found in shallow coastal waters. So yeah, it really does look like a marine creature, but what do you think? Is this a glimpse of something not from our world, or is there a more terrestrial explanation for this strange sighting? Next, we've got another woman who found some bizarre footage on a security camera set up just outside her home. In the video, a massive creature roughly the size of a moose approaches a doorstep. The creature is covered in all-white fur with unusually long and thick paws. Its face has a strange, almost otherworldly look, resembling an anteater in shape, but not covered in fur, and its mouth is elongated, though not quite as long as that of an anteater. It's hard to tell if this is a real creature caught on camera or if it could be AI generated. If it's authentic, we could be looking at a completely unknown species, or perhaps even a rare genetic mutation in an animal we already know. Lab-grown meat has been approved for sale, and it's been hailed as a sustainable alternative to traditional meat production. But what does this mean for all the cattle, chickens, and other animals raised for food? Are we transitioning entirely to lab meat, or will traditional animal farming continue? The idea behind lab-grown meat, also known as cultured meat, is to reduce the need for animal farming, which could help lower greenhouse gas emissions and lessen animal suffering. But is it safe? Lab-grown meat is produced by taking cells from animals and growing them in a nutrient-rich medium, often involving fetal bovine serum extracted from unborn calves. To prevent contamination in the lab environment, lab-grown meats require antibiotics and other chemicals, but that doesn't seem like a healthy and safe option for humans to consume. It is like we are saving the cows in the environment, as they put it, but at our own risk. This footage was taken at a yard sale. A woman came across a stand with various items like wooden ladles, mirrors, and other knickknacks. But what stood out was the doll sitting on the table. Take a close look at it. Do you see that? The doll is moving its head ever so slowly. You might almost miss it. It's subtle, but undeniably eerie. We don't know if the doll is designed to move with a hidden mechanism or battery, but given its haunting appearance, the woman didn't stick around to find out. She captured the unsettling scene on her phone and quickly moved on. Yard sales are full of unique and sometimes creepy items, but this one takes the cake. Dolls already have a reputation for being a bit spooky, but one that moves on its own, that's a whole different level of creepy. Now tell me, would you buy this for your child, or would you leave it at the yard sale where it belongs? Before we dive into the next clip, I have a quick question. What's the best time of day to go hiking? Because, honestly, I've seen one too many scenarios where people decide to hike in the woods at night, and it almost always ends up with something creepy or downright terrifying. Take this footage, for example. A man was hiking deep in the woods around sundown when things took a turn. As he moved through the trees, he suddenly noticed something ahead, a dark, hulking figure that seemed to pop its head out from behind a tree and just stared at him. The moment he saw it, instinct kicked in and he bolted out of there. Some believe it was a Bigfoot lurking in the shadows, while skeptics suggest it might just have been a person playing a creepy prank. But whatever it was, encountering it at that time of day in such an isolated place is enough to make anyone rethink their hiking plans. So what do you think? Is there a right time to hike, or does the thrill of the unknown make those twilight hikes worth the risk? Have you ever wondered what insects really look like up close? Sure, we're much bigger than them, but when you zoom in on their faces, it's downright haunting. Take a look at the close-up of an ant's face. Those sharp mandibles, those alien-like eyes. It almost looks like something straight out of a horror movie. And here's another shocker. This is the face of a tapeworm. Hideous, right? Those tiny, squirmy creatures actually look so terrifying when magnified. Honestly, it's probably for the best that they stay as tiny as they are. This video was taken by a woman attending a business meeting. Afterwards, she recorded one of her colleagues without noticing anything unusual at the time. But when they rewatched the footage, things took a strange turn. A colleague, who was a woman with long, dark hair, wearing a blue vest, was seen walking away with her back turned. Then as she turned slightly to the left to glance over her shoulder and smile, something bizarre happened. Her body seemed to glitch. Her entire front appeared to swap with her back, almost as if her body had turned without her actually moving. And then it happened again. The sight has sparked a heated debate. Some argue it's just a clever video edit, but skeptics believe it may show something truly unsettling, like the sign of a shapeshifter. What do you think? I'm going to need a scientific explanation for this next one. In the clip, a girl turns on the tap in the kitchen sink, and as the water flows, she places an egg under the running water, leaves it there, and it just floats. How is this even possible? Normally, an egg would sink to the bottom of the sink due to its density. However, in this footage, the egg remains suspended in the stream of water, seemingly defying gravity. One possible explanation is that the force of the water creates a balance with the weight of the egg, allowing it to float. The continuous flow of water may be generating enough upward force to counteract the egg's natural tendency to sink. It's safe to say I'm no Julius because I do not know what I'm saying. What do you think is happening here? Could it really be a simple physics trick, or is there something more at play here? This video was taken from a security camera set up in the living room of a house. The homeowner was just casually reviewing the footage when he noticed something odd. Take a look at it. Did you see that? There on the left side of the table, a ghostly figure just walked by. It's so transparent that if you didn't look closely, you might have missed it. Now, what's intriguing is that the homeowner mentioned he'd never experienced any paranormal activity in his house, even after discovering this footage. So what could this be? Was it just an entity casually strolling through the house? I mean, they say that entities are all around us, we just can't see them. Could this be one of those moments where the veil between our world and theirs briefly lifted? It's eerie to think about the possibility of spirits or entities moving about, unnoticed in our daily lives. What do you make of this? Here's another eerie encounter to think about. A woman was attending a mass, and while the priest read the passage about the death of Jesus, something strange happened. The head of Jesus' statue on the cross began to move, tilting slowly downward, almost as if acknowledging the sorrowful moment. What makes this especially eerie is that the statue is made of solid concrete, so it shouldn't have any mobility, let alone the ability to move in sync with the priest's words. Was this a supernatural sign, a message, or just an odd occurrence? This next video comes from a woman who was simply trying to capture a sweet moment with
Please, let me join your guild. I want to be a part of a team.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Classified Captures. Steve here, and today we've got a wild lineup of clips, ranging from the strangest paranormal clips captured this year to never-before-seen footage of cryptids that will blow your mind. Ready? Let's dive right in. Blurry clips can be frustrating, I know, but trust me, there's something intriguing about this one. Just watch closely. Did you catch it? At first, it seems like an ordinary clip, then out of nowhere, two strange shapes of light streak across the screen. That's definitely not something you see every day. For a bit of context, this footage comes from a home security camera in Texas. The homeowner installed it to keep an eye on her property, and the blur might be due to moisture on the outdoor lens. Still, it doesn't explain the mysterious lights. Now, about those shapes, they're unlike anything we've featured on this channel before. Paranormal enthusiasts who have analyzed the clip are convinced that these aren't just random lights. They think they might actually be specters. For those unfamiliar with the term, specters are ghostly apparitions or spirits often associated with hauntings. They're typically thought to be the lingering presence of a deceased person, manifesting as ethereal figures. They're not something we feature every day, but that doesn't mean that they're not out there. In fact, most individuals who have seen this clip believe it's the real deal. Personally, I was about to brush this clip off until Aaron, our in-house conspiracy theorist, mentioned something. The audio of the original clip isn't very clear with lots of interference, but that changes for a few seconds when the light beings, aka specters, pass by. The interference drops for a few seconds. This had me scratching my head and wondering if this was the real deal. You've seen the clip and heard the audio as well. What are your thoughts concerning the whole thing?
For about 15 minutes. I know, dude. What's going on? What are you seeing? And something's been spooking him. He's jumping around. This dude.
As much as we love dog videos, that's not what this is about. Pay attention to the top part of the window. Do you see it? Dark shadows suddenly moved across that area. The dog looked back at its owner to see if the owner noticed. Clearly, he didn't. The clip was originally recorded by the owner because this chilling session with his furry buddy was interrupted by the dog when it started barking at the other side of the room. It would occasionally look back at the one filming in between barks as though it were trying to tell him something. This, according to him, had been going on at least 15 minutes before he started recording. He initially didn't notice the shadow move on the wall. It's later when he was reviewing the clip and talking about the dog's behavior that he noticed. Noticing the dark mass is one thing, understand and knowing what it is quite another. This man didn't know what he had just filmed and uploaded it online seeking answers. The paranormal community had much to say, with some suggesting it might have been a shadow or black orb. Others thought a paranormal entity might be roaming the room. Some even shared experiences where their pups had seen similar things barking at them and later turned out dead. Clearly, this is serious. At least we think so. But not everyone in the paranormal community was convinced. Some actually thought it might be the shadow of a bug, which you want to remain on the logical side of things. Sounds like a probable explanation. It's hard to call this one, but thankfully you guys have seen it too, so what do you think? Moving on, things just get
A veces, solo necesitamos ver lo posible y pensar en lo que creíamos imposible para recordarnos ser audaces, para escalar más alto. No importa cuál sea tu próximo movimiento, siempre y cuando hagas uno. ¿Cuál es tu próximo movimiento?
Kia, movement that inspires.
even weirder. What do you guys see here? Just take your time and look at it carefully. Done? Great. Well, what do you think it is? If you asked yourself if that was a mermaid, you weren't the only one. When this clip made its way online, many individuals in the paranormal community called it a mermaid, and looking at it, I get why. We've got the human upper half and the fish-like lower half. What's more, it doesn't have weird graphics or anything like that. We see actual humans interact, pick it up, and drop it. This canceled the AI argument, at least for some. We're not told where this was captured, but we see fishermen around this catch. It's intriguing to say the least. We're not sure what the men who took the body away did with it, but what if there's a secret society that takes these paranormal beings in exchange for some cool cash? What if this secret organization is the government? Sounds like a bit of a stretch, I know, but think about it.
Ano na mo?
Look at the size of this old bitch. It's gotta be 9 foot tall. Hey, see if you want some chocolate. Hey, big fella. Hey, fella. Hey, fella, come here.
Imagine you are out in the woods when you come across this scene. It's dark, but you hear sounds and quickly grab your camera and flashlight. You see something moving in the bushes. It's faint, but you follow the sound with your camera and eventually capture this. It's a dark, tall being moving through the bushes. It's got a human-like gait and motions for you to stop when your flashlight hits it in the face. I mean, it sounds funny, but you see everything I'm describing on your screen. We're not sure who recorded this or where he did it, but the post makes it clear that his time in the woods was interrupted by this big being. He believes it's Bigfoot, and a number of veterans in the paranormal community agree with him. They found Bigfoot's behavior realistic, as the big guy doesn't like being bothered. At least that's what they said. There are others who found the behavior suspicious and found the big guy a little too small for the legend he is. In other words, they thought it was simply a man in a costume. You've seen the clip. What do you say about this one? Real or fake?
It's gotta be 9 foot tall. Hey, see if you want some chocolate. Hey, big fella. Hey, fella. Hey, fella, come here.
We've had a lot of strange things on this channel, but this one might just win the most bizarre of them all in today's episode. I mean, how do we even go about describing and explaining this one? First, we see two different light sources of beings come from different directions. They combine, and then they disappear just as they appeared. Yeah, it's new and, quite frankly, a bit confusing. Some individuals in the paranormal community think this is angelic activity, whereas there are some, aka the majority, who don't think so. Despite the kickback, some insist this.
Cada día realizamos cientos de movimientos que requieren un gran trabajo por parte de nuestros músculos. Por eso, es importante cuidarnos. El Sure Nutrivigor contiene proteínas que ayudan a aumentar la masa muscular, 27 vitaminas y minerales y HMB. Sentirte fuerte depende de ti.
Is either angelic or demonic. To some, it's even a battle between the two. I know it's wild, but you guys see it too, so what do you think? Would you side with the spirit mediums who see nothing but a spiritual battle, or would you side with the logical humans who think this is nothing but AI? Not to pressure you, but choose your side wisely. Take a look at this clip.
I can zoom in more on Instagrams. It's a silhouette, right, of someone.
Take a second look. I'm not the only one seeing what appears to be a humanoid-looking cloud, right? The individual who uploaded this clip mentioned that it looked more convincing in person, and I'm tempted to believe him. Not just because of the fact that his account hadn't been posting paranormal things before this clip, but because these kinds of clips with clouds looking like humanoids have been showing up a lot recently. If you watched our episodes during Christmas, you'd have seen a few of these. If you didn't, you can check them out after this video. The sheer number of clips coming up recently featuring humanoids in the clouds has led many in the paranormal community to believe that there are beings in our clouds. But one question they have been unable to answer is, what are these beings? Another that requires answering is, why are they here? Why are they allowing themselves to be captured at this time? Not everyone is convinced these are aliens, though. Some think it's basically the mind playing tricks on us, something along the lines of pareidolia. I know this is a controversial one, but what do you guys also think?
I can zoom in more on Instagrams. It's a silhouette, right, of someone.
Still on strange humanoid creatures, take a look at this clip. You see it, don't you? It's hiding behind the bushes, almost as though it doesn't want to be discovered. It tries very hard to remain still, almost as though it believes if it remains still, no one will see it's there. While we can see it's humanoid, we can't help but ask ourselves, what exactly is it that we're dealing with here? The uploader, on the other hand, believes this is a skinwalker. He apparently recorded this in a region where skinwalkers are known to be regular. While skinwalkers are known to take any form or shape they so desire, this doesn't look like the traditional drawings of a skinwalker in the Navajo culture. The paranormal community is also divided on this, with some suggesting that this is nothing more than a human pretending to be a rake. Some also claim the clip is doctored. It's always this controversial when it comes to paranormal clips. You've seen it yourselves, so what do you think? You must be wondering what it is you're looking at. You know what a fog is, right? Or would you believe me if I said there are particles from a fog? No? Well, allow me to provide some context. This clip comes from East Texas, and it was recorded on the 30th of December 2024. The individual who recorded it found her pool looking like this in the morning. I know what you may be thinking. Maybe she used chemicals or something. Well, it turns out that she didn't. The only extraneous variable when it comes to the pool is that there was a weird fog she hadn't seen in her 11 years of being on her property that night before. She thought nothing of it until she woke up to find this in her pool. While there's nothing on local media about this, it turns out she's not the only one to have had this experience. Take a look at this one too. While this isn't a pool clip, it shows us a woman checking her HVAC filter. See what a new filter looks like? Now, let's take a quick look at the new filter she installed. See its state. She claims it's the dirtiest filter she's ever changed, despite it being the one that's been fixed for the shortest amount of time. What changed, you may ask? Well, she too started experiencing an unusual and strange fog where she lived. Next, we visit the UK, where we have a similar issue. The man who filmed this stated that they had been experiencing a strange fog for a while. I mean, it did look strange, but no one thought anything of it until the rains came. The result is what you see on your screen. There's some white stuff in the rain droplets. I know fogs can have this whitish translucent look, but they're not supposed to come down as whitish residue when it rains, unless there's some pollutant or other substance responsible for the fog. The man does believe something is going on, and that someone is slowly poisoning us. One odd detail about these clips is that clips 1 and 3 happened on the same day, but on different continents. This rules out coincidence and makes it look like something that was planned. But who will create an artificial fog, and why? Should we be worried and scared? Kindly share your thoughts in the comments section. If you still don't believe in ghosts after all this time on this channel, this clip might just change